now. It would help if I did that now, wouldn't it? Welcome along, guys. Yeah, I was just asking, was the sound okay? And of course I had my mic muted, so there you go. Excellent start. But yes, welcome along. I'm going to give this Settlers game a little bit of a go. This is on an Amiga. It's on the real hardware. And we'll give it a go with this sort of a relatively easy level, but talk you through all the different functions and all the different bits that we're going to see, and that and all the different settings you can change, because there's actually a huge amount to this game. There's a huge amount of depth to it, which is fantastic. But I'm sure a lot of you, either if you haven't played it recently, you remember this this music, and you remember the game and the screen. And so this is like your starting screen. We're on level 4, which is a relatively easy one. But yeah, should give plenty of time for explaining things and grabbing a beer here and there and stuff as well. But what to explain here? Well, first off, this is how this is you on the left here, and you can have up to 3 opponents. You don't even have to have an opponent. You can just play this like a sort of an open sandbox kind of thing if you want. But the missions tend to set you up with against some opponents. These little bars here all have a meaning. So the first one is how well stocked your warehouse is when you start. So basically, okay, go step back a bit. The premise of the game is to take over the land area that you occupy, and so you're usually battling against at least one other person. And to do that, you need to build up your little town, gather resources, and you need all the resources. You need to collect all the resources and use them for building your army. Building all the different buildings that you need to process the resources, and to expand your little town, and with that the territory. And basically you win it by either completely obliterating your opponents or by taking over 75% of the land area available. So ultimately that means building an army and knocking out the other guys, and that's what it comes down to. So, but these bars, the first bar here is you can see there, it's sort of it's nearly 3/4 full, and that's how well stocked your warehouse is. And so that is so what that means is you start off with a certain amount of wood, a certain amount of stone, so you're able to build buildings straight away. You start off with all the tools you need, and the higher up that graph the graph is, the easier it is to do anything. Yeah, so when you're making your own game, you can do a custom game, and you can set these to whatever you want for all your opponents, including yourself. Just to give yourself a bit of a challenge. But the red bar there is how quickly your settlers spawn. So what happens is you've got to start off with a certain population inside your warehouse, and every so many minutes or every so many seconds you get another settler. And that's a sort of a general purpose person who can train to be any one of a load of things, or it can just be a general dog's body. And so your population expands, and you need to do that obviously to get new soldiers, or to get new new people to build things, new builders, new craftspeople, new bakers, etc. So the higher up that bar is, the quicker that you get new settlers, and this is a good thing, because you need to keep your population turning over, and especially if you're waging a war on someone. Like so you see this guy we're going to play against here. The right hand bar is 3/4 full, so for every 4 settlers I get, they're only going to get 3. And so that means, like, ultimately in a war of attrition, you can just wear them down, all other things being equal. The middle bar is the intelligence. Now, you can't set that for yourself, but that's basically kind of how well it deals with some situations. Like, you find this player's probably a little bit stupid. So what they're going to do is they're probably going to build buildings unnecessarily, or have slightly awkward path layouts, and do just basically make a mess of it. And that's again, this all sort of adds towards making it easier for you. But that's fine. I don't want to I don't want to make an arse of myself that easily. So I'm trying to explain things and get my kingdom overrun. So basically, this is starting off. We're going to be at the maximum level of people. The maximum spawn rate, and this is shows we've a fairly well stocked warehouse. So once your warehouse is about half full, like this guy here, you start to get problems a bit later on in the game, So basically, I'd say maybe around mission. About halfway through the mission. I think there's 30 missions in it. I think about 14, 15. That blue bar starts to dip below when you're starting a level, and you have to be very careful with how you build your buildings then, because you don't want to use up all of a certain resource too quickly, and then end up stuck, which is easily done. So what we can do is we can start. We'll start with this anyway. I meant to say, do throw things in the chat if you want to ask any questions, and I'll try and answer them. Or if you want to point out things that I've missed, because I've been playing this a bit recently, and sort of remembering things, learning things that I learned 20 years ago, 25 years ago, which is scary to think about. But ask away, and stop me if you need to ask any questions, and I'll pop them in the chat there, and I'll hopefully have an answer for you, or maybe not. But okay, sure, we'll get a start on this and see how we do. Okay, so this is how we're playing it. This is your game screen. I've got sort of these major control icons down here. The first thing you need to do is choose where your castle goes. Hey Vector, how are you? I played this a lot back in the day. I did. And then, I sort of, it was actually the Scottish Amiga group there a few weeks ago had a meet-up, and we started playing Settlers, and I'm like, oh God, I have to do this, or I have to start playing this again, because I really enjoyed it. Now, you can see here, the red guys are after setting up their castle here. Basically, you need to start your castle off, or start your kingdom off by choosing where to put your castle. Some missions, they don't let you choose. You're given a location, but basically choosing your castle is quite critical to getting a good start on the game. So you can scroll around and have a look, and sort of wide open space is good. You can see there's enough space. You can click on a space, and you can see there's enough space to build a castle. But what is important to consider is the resources that are around. So the fundamental things for building all the buildings are wood and stone. So you can see these rocky outcrops here. They can give you stone, and and obviously the trees will give you wood. They have to be processed, but they'll give you wood given the right people to deal with them. But what you also need are mountains, and they will give you other resources like iron and gold and coal. And these are all pretty critical, and so you can have a look at the map, and you can see kind of the lay of the land. And now the red guys are building there. This is probably, so what we can do is we can click on an area, and then if you click on the geologist button, it gives you a bit of a report about what's there. Hey, I'm immortal. It's real time. So you're not. It's not like Civ or colonization, or that where you make your moves and then sit back and let everything happen. So basically, all the other teams are doing their thing behind your back. They're building up their resources, and they're training their army and all that kind of stuff before whether you're doing anything or not. But welcome along. So the geologist report here looks all right. So we've got gold ore, and we're saying it's above average, perfect for iron ore, above average for coal, and very few for stone. So if you don't have rocky outcrops on the land like these, you can also mine for the stone in the mountains. But but basically, if you've got, like, we've got plenty of outcrops here, you don't need to worry about the stone. So so this is looking quite good. So what we'll do is we'll just make sure we've got a little bit of green space around to the left here, And so what we can do is we can set up our castle here. There's some open space because you want enough space to be able to to expand. So we stick our castle there, and when you put it there, you click this button, and then you'll get your castle. Now, what happens is your borders. Basically, that's the extent of where you can build and the extent of your territory. So if you look on the map now, you'll see we've got a blue dot. We've got a blue dot there, and you can see the red dots there. They've already got some buildings on the go now. But you can see your territory by clicking this button here, and you can see the highlighted blue bits are us, and the highlighted red bits are them. And there you can turn off the land, and you can see how it looks there. So we've got a bit of space before we actually bump into these guys, and that's probably good. We get things set up. So the first thing we need to do, a technique you'll need is, it's called a special click in the manual, but what you do is you hold down the right button and you left click, and that brings up, it's used quite extensively, and it's kind of like a right click or a double click in a lot of more modern games and software. And this tells you what you have. So you can see the building materials that we need, because first off, all we need to do is build, and that's the key, absolutely key to getting your little town off the ground. So we've got planks of wood and bricks or stone there. So we've got 30 of them and 60 of them. That's plenty to get going. So first thing we need to do is, basically because we've got a lot of trees and land, we've got some stone over here. We want to cut that stone, and so what we're going to do is we're going to build this a little hut for like basically a stone cutter, for want of a better phrase. But so we're going to build that near the stone so that he can go off and do his business. You can click anywhere and see what kind of building you can build there. So there's plenty of space here for big buildings that have the castle symbol, and small buildings have a little house symbol. So we want to get over here, and there's not enough space in that area there, but there's enough space for all the buildings here. So we want to get our little hut built so this guy can start cutting stone. And so we click this guy, and this shows you what we can build in that little hexagonal area. So there are loads of buildings here, 3 pages of them. The one we want is this one here, and you can see it's got little blocks of stone outside, and so we'll build that. And so what's happened there is we've set up a site for that, but nothing's happening yet because we need to set this up with we need to connect that to our castle so that we can transport the building materials to it. So if you click on a flag, everything happens, all the transport happens between the flags. So we click on a flag and click on this build button down the bottom left, and we get this set up here. Now this shows you the slope of the land, and keeping things level will mean your little guys can walk along quicker and materials move faster as a result. So it's possibly better to go around a big steep hill like this rather than go straight across it, but sometimes it's unavoidable, and so every time you click and click and click, and there's a bit of a steep hill, but that's fine. And now as soon as it's set up, we get this little guy here who's a builder, and he's going to go, and once he gets there, he will order some wood and build a frame of this house. And you can see, well, actually the wood's already on its way. So this guy here is bringing out the wood. This guy here is our little courier, and he's going to carry things between the flags, and all the materials basically have to travel between flags carried by one person and another. So he's reached his point there, and now he's going to go back. So that'll start off building our stone cutter guy. What we'll also do is we'll build a wood cutter, and basically, you can see what you can build there. But if you right click, if you do the special click on this button, it shows you all the places where you can build. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to build a woodcutters, and there's this guy here with the little, it's maybe hard to see, but there's sort of a chopping log and an axe outside, and this guy chops down trees. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to build a path over to here, and we should get some building action going on there as well. So now we've got 2 buildings on the way. You can see this builder has all the wood he needs, so he's hammering away there. So this building's the frame's taking shape there. I think all the buildings need wood for the frame. Some of them, or most of them, need stone as well, and especially the military buildings like the guards towers and stuff like that. They need kind of a lot of stone, obviously, because they're big, heavy buildings. But usually the small buildings need kind of either two units of wood, or one wood, one stone. So they're building, and this guy's building this woodcutter's hut over here as well. What we'll do while that's happening is we'll just go and have a little look over here, and we can see there's lots of stuff happening here in their thing. So they're ploughing on ahead, you know, without doing anything to us. So you know, they're keeping to themselves for the moment. Now, like I said, we do have lots of materials here. There's lots of stuff. So I'll go through some of them, some of the key things. Yeah, the planks of wood and the stone I covered there already. Tree trunks, you know, can't be used for building, but when this guy who moves in here is cutting down the trees, he'll produce tree trunks, and they'll go into this castle for storage, and this number will start to go up. And you see this number is going down, and if this reaches 0, we won't be able to build anything that needs wood. So what you can do is you can build a building, a sawmill, and it will convert the tree trunks into wood. And now the entire of your game is based on the whole process of taking materials and transforming them into one thing or another. So yeah, so basically you've got things like coal that's used by a couple of different guys for like basically a blacksmith for making weapons, tool makers. It's used for basically the foundries as well. So you see this guy here, this thing here, this is iron ore. So if you want to make weapons, you need steel, and that's here. And so we've got plenty of that as well. So we've got 24 units of steel. That's enough to make 24 weapons, and we've already got loads of weapons, but or you know, tools. But to make more of that, you need to convert iron ore into steel, and to do that, you need an iron foundry or a steel foundry, and that you feed that coal and iron ore, and that makes steel, and then steel gets fed into your blacksmith, and all, you know, so it all goes. There's a big long process for all of this stuff. Now, food is key as well, because most of your people don't seem to need food. We see, look, our little woodcutter's going already, and he's already chopping down some trees. But your guys generally don't need food. So the only people who actually care about food are the miners, and if they don't have food, they'll go on strike. So you need the mines to there we go, back in here. We need the mines to get coal, iron ore, and gold ore. And basically, they will just stand around without working until you give them food. So we have some ham, we have some bread, and we have some fish, and they're the 3 basic foods, and all of them will do. Bread you make from flour in a bakery, and flour you make from wheat in the windmill. Hams you make from pigs from the pig farm, and the butcher converts them. And fish you can fish from a lake. So fish is actually the easiest kind of food to get, but we don't have an awful lot of water around here, so we're probably going to have to, you know, set up some farms and do things that way. Because yeah, if you don't have the resources, suddenly, you know, your whole supply chain dries up because you don't have any coal or you don't have any iron, and you know, then you suddenly can't make soldiers because you've no weapons for them. So what we'll do is we want to start setting up some mines, and you set up the mines up in the hills. Now, the geologist at the start told us the area is probably good for most things. It's not very specific. It's not very accurate or anything like that. It's just to give you a rough idea of what to expect. So what we'll do is we have to send a geologist up into the hills to actually find the outcrops of different materials. So we can click there, or we can click on any of the sites and build, and you'll see that there's actually a flag. You know, even though you can build other buildings, you can also put a flag down. But we'll go up as far as we can and put a flag there and connect that to our road network. And naturally, it's unavoidable to get steep hills when you're going into the mountains. But when we're at this flag and it's connected up, you can do the special click, and you can see this brings up the transport info for this flag. But we click on this guy here, and that's our geologist, and you can hear him going, yep, and he's on his way. So we do it again and click again, and we send as many geologists up as we can. And here they are with their little hammers, and they are going to test the ground and find the exact locations of some good raw materials. Now, here's our stone cutter here. See, he doesn't need to do any processing as such. He just hacks away at these big outcrops and then produces the stones that we need for building. So that's quite a simple process. But the geologists are going off into the hills there. Now, see, you notice that even though we've built up here, our border hasn't really moved. And that is because the borders are only determined by the military, by basically your military strength or your military buildings. So if we want to probably, you know, expand a bit further over here. Oh, now we've got a message. That little hooter was a message here. So that pops up down here and you click that. It will tell you your message. A geologist found gold. This is good. Gold is good, and I'll explain about gold later, but gold is a good thing to have. So this is gold ore. It's not actual gold, but we can deal with that. So we click OK, and this arrow will bring you back to where you were, just in case you got interrupted. But also we got another message saying a geologist has found coal. So we've got some good stuff in the hills there. Now, if you look at the signs, oh, thanks very much, Black Eyed. Welcome along. Oh, you see, we can my little settler animation. So you can see from these signs that these basically, the bigger the circle on the on the sign, the more of that ore or material that there is there. So there's a lot of gold around there. There's not much coal there. You'd hope for something a bit better than that. But anyways, yes, onto our borders. So to expand our borders, we have to build a military building. So we'll see what we can build. Here's a nice spot right on the edge corner here for building a small building. And so we click here to build, and this guy here is a guard's hut. So this is, once you build a guard's hut, it gets occupied by soldiers, and then that expands your border. And your border is basically expanded by a hexagon around that guard's hut. So we connect it to our road network, and that should start the building process. And that's on a bit of a hill there, which is not great, but it's fine. And here comes our builder. So we can't actually build, like if you click on a sign, it'll tell you whether you can build a mine there or not. You can't build there, but like you can build a coal mine there. But you can see this sign here, there's more coal in there than there is in these smaller ones here. So what I want to do is expand the border a bit this way, and that will sort of open up these, because these gold deposits here are just about on the border and a bit outside, so we can't really build anything there. So we'll wait till the border expands there. That'll happen in a while. In the meantime, what will we look at? So it might be an idea to, well, let's see how we're doing for resources. It might be an idea to start in our farms, because farms take a while to get going, and so to build a farm you need a big space, so like a castle space. And so what we'll do is we'll build out here, and we'll build, it's on the second page here. Oh no, it's actually on the third page. So here are your farms, these two here. This is a pig farm, and it's got a little sort of trough here, you can see that, and that's how you identify it as a pig farm. This is a crop farm, and so this grows wheat, and you can see the pile of straw outside. So I'm going to build a wheat farm. And now, a key thing is for this is once your town gets a bit busier, you start to get congestion where the roads meet, and you get, like, you know, congested spots, and basically you can only have one person at a flag at any one time. So if you've got a lot of people moving materials in and out, it gets chaotic and slows things down, and your production suffers. So if we've got our wheat coming from there, what the wheat wants to do next, or what you should do with the wheat, is turn it into flour. So we're going to we kind of like think about a line going towards where the storehouse is, and you want to go from wheat to flour to a bakery, and hopefully that will work. So what we'll do is we'll build a bakery here, and we click there, and the bakery is this guy. And I'm gonna go with the looking like a pretzel outside. Probably not, but you know, that's how I identify it. So this is the bakery, and this guy will turn wheat into bread. So we click there, and then that leaves us space here for another small building, and we click there and build, and we're going to build a windmill. So that means our wheat turns into flour, gets baked, and then that goes to here, and then the bread goes up the hills to feed the miners. So we connect all these paths, and do it again and again, and now we get a whole heap of building on the go. And you might actually see signs of congestion there because we've got a lot of builders looking for materials. Now, there's a good one. See this you can see a good comparison there. This gold deposit, a lot more gold than that. So we're going to build a gold mine there. That circle there is the biggest kind of concentration you can get. Loads of coal, no iron. Oh no, this is iron. This guy over here, I'm pointing at the screen. You can't see that. But this is iron ore. So we've got basically the three things that we need once we expand our borders a bit. So I'm going to build a gold mine there. And here's your 4 mines. You can see this one, it's obviously the gold one. Coal, stone, and iron. So let's build a gold mine here. And that's already connected. It just happened to work out that way. So we get our builders here. And look, we're already getting congestion here because the geologists are heading back home. They've done their work. And okay, and so when you're building a bigger building, you first off need these guys out, and they level out the land to make enough space for the bigger building. And so that's why there's not the kind of the foundation there yet that you see here. So they need to flatten out the ground, and then you get a foundation, and then the builder will come out. So this is a smaller building, so the builder's getting started already. So you can see there's some tree stumps. Once a tree is cut down, eventually the tree stump will disappear, and that makes more land available for building. So so it's good to get both the tree and it's the same story with the stone. Oh look, and here we've got some knights here. So they're just about to occupy this knight's hut here, the guard's hut. And we've got 2. This guard's hut holds 3 knights altogether. And wait, watch and see what happens now when these guys go in here. Now our border is expanded over that way, so suddenly we're a lot bigger, and that's good. And what we'll do is, I'm just going to make sure we're not getting too close to the red guys yet because we're not really set for it. But I think they're keeping to themselves. So now that's expanded us, so now we've got a lot more of the mountain available to us. Now there's a big coal deposit there, but we can't build a mine there because the path is in the way. So what I'm actually going to do is, now this is going to disrupt things a little bit, but I'm going to put a flag there. And so this guy's going to put that down there, and I'm going to cut the path here. And you do a special click here to cut the path. And now I can build a mine there. So I'm going to build my coal mine, and then I'll connect back up the path here. So that has slowed down the wood supply here, but we're not in a huge hurry, so this should be fine. Okay. So you can see our guard's hut is occupied here, and our mine is taking shape here. So you can special click on a guard's hut and you can see who's in there. Now we've got 2 guards in there, two knights, and what else is important about this is you can see the flag here. It's got a single black stripe across it. The flag shows you that a military building is occupied, and so the single black stripe means it's way away from any kind of hassle. So it's basically kind of fairly safe, and that's why there are only 2 in there. It can hold 3, but there are only 2 in there, and I'll show you exactly why that is now. So you've got this options button down here, options gadget. You click this, and now I've got a whole heap of things, and this is where the game gets interesting because you can adjust huge amounts of stuff here, and yeah, and it has a huge impact on the game as well. And especially later on in the game, this becomes very important. I'm going to clear that for a second now, because so you can see just here there's a big chunk of gold, and this is gold that we had stored in the castle, and now it's going to the guard's hut. And gold is hugely important for the military. So what happens is your guards are basically, they have a sort of a certain amount of strength when they're in defense, but if you're attacking, they are in, there's a huge difference in their strength when they have some gold. So a small guard's hut like this can hold two portions of gold, and that guy's just after delivering some gold. So now you can see there's one unit of gold in there. So, and here's the other one. You can see the other one coming to the path here. And so once that's full of gold, your knights are much stronger. So even if they're fighting against someone of an equivalent rank, they're more likely to win when they've got the gold behind them. So it's very important to get as much gold as you can into all the military buildings. Of course, you lose that gold if your military building gets taken over, and that's the end of that. But very important. That's why very important to find yourself a gold deposit, because you need gold. You really do. You use a lot more coal than you do gold, though. So I'm going to build a second coal mine here. Now we connect that up here. Now, so there's a second unit of gold there. So now that's basically, you know, those knights are at maximum strength. Now, I was going to show you about this option here. What was I going to talk about with the options? Yes, okay. So we've got two sets of options that are to do with the military, these two bottom guys here. The first one, you know, it shows you knights coming in, knights going out. And if you click on that, it shows you how your buildings should be occupied. So this top first one, okay, so each one has two settings. So the first one is how many knights you want in there, or how full you want that building. And the second one is the minimum. So if you set both of them to full, what'll happen is this one indicates you're near the border, a little bit further away from the border, very far away from the border, and basically nowhere near the border. So that single stripe across the flag means that building is in this territory here. So it's a medium occupancy building, so that's why it's got 2 out of 3 in there. If I set that to full, and we'll do that now just for demonstration purposes, what'll happen is we will get knights moving out from the castle as soon as the traffic eases off, and so this will fill up that building. And now, because that is set to the minimum as full as well, those guards are fully tied up. They won't leave that building. They'll stay there and they'll defend it if it's attacked, but they won't do anything else. So if we set that down to medium, then that means that, oh sorry, it's this one. That means that we can drop that to the medium level if we need to attack someone. So we've got 3 in there at the moment, or we will have when this guy gets there. So when that's medium, it means one guy can come out of there and attack if we want him to. So for this, we kind of, you know, the red guys are far away. We don't really need a lot of stuff here. So, you know, it's probably fine the way it is. But what I'll do is I'll drop that to medium and he'll come straight back out again and go home. Now, I wanted to, yeah, so he's coming back out. He's going to go back home. And now, why going home is important, I'll explain now. And oh look, our farm is coming on well. We've already got our bakery set up and we've already got our mill set up. So this guy's a little miller. And what's happening already, you can see here, is you can special click on any building to see if it's working and if it's occupied. So see, we've got a baker in there already, and down here is the stock of the building. So we can see there's no wheat in there, or no flour in there, sorry. But we can see here there's a guy coming and moving some flour out of the castle into the bakery, and when that gets there, the baker can start his work. And yeah, they're all very polite and they wait to pass each other. So as soon as he goes in there, you can see there's a baker in there doing his magic. Here comes a farmer. He's coming down to occupy this farm here now. And we have a miller in there, but we don't have any wheat. So, but yeah, we've got loads of sacks of flour going. That's good. So now our production process is underway now. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to talk about the soldiers here. So we can see our stock in the castle here, and so we have some of the raw food materials like wheat, and you can see that numbers after dropping there. So they're all going out to the mill to get milled and turned into flour. We're already out of flour, and we've got 3 breads left. So we don't have a huge amount of food. Once the mines get going, they'll use up all that. But we're doing all right. So so this shows you the key things like that food. Here we have the different tools needed, and so remember I was saying earlier that we get basically spawning of settlers. So once a settler spawns, it's a sort of a do nothing kind of person, like this question mark guy here. So you've got 3 pages on this castle. The first page is your materials. The second page is the people in the castle, or your storeroom, and then the third is just special controls. I'll come to them later. But here sorry, here for the people, you can see these are all the different kind of tradespeople, and these are the military guys here. Now they start from the bottom up to the top. There are 5 different ranks, and the longer a knight isn't working, the higher up in the ranking he goes. So they actually, what they do is when they're not working, and if they're in a guard's hut they're working, when they're not working, they sit in the castle and they train. And that means that they just rank up automatically over time. So basically, you've got 25. These are the lowest ranking soldiers. They're not very good at all. You probably don't really want to be sending them into battle. So basically, these are sort of, will get promoted, and then they'll get promoted, and they'll get promoted, and they get promoted. So these guys here are the best up at the top, and they're all very fancy. It takes quite a while to promote a soldier up to there. But, you know, we've got plenty in the works, and that will slowly sort of spill upwards that way. It won't happen in here, or at least it'll only happen very slowly. So you can see from the picture the rank of these guys are sort of the medium guys. So they're like sort of the 3rd level soldiers. But it won't work. These guys won't get trained in the guard's hut, or it takes a long time for them to get to rank up. So it's best if you don't really need the military, you know, and we don't, because like they're a good bit away yet. Although this is probably where our battle will come to be. But yeah, so they're not a threat yet. We don't need our guys in there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set all of our things down to minimum. And minimum. I'm going to keep this at full just in case. Just in case they sneak up on one of our borders. But so what'll happen is this guy's left now. So we've only got one guy defending this. He's a sitting duck basically if someone threw on a heavy assault. But that's fine. Don't worry about that, because they're a good bit away yet. And in the meantime, this guy will start ranking up in the castle. We got a load of messages. Loads of messages. Don't mind them. La 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 la. Sorry, these are all... oh yeah, it gives you timed warnings for when you haven't saved for a while. So we can see our miners are working now. We can click there. This guy has loads of food. 6 units of food. And the mining output is 28%. That's not bad. And that'll keep going for a while. So this is decent. What we need to do is expand the border this way a bit so we can get some of these iron deposits here. So we'll have a look here, and the closest military, or the closest place we can build is here. Build a guard's hut, and we'll connect that up to our road network here. And it's a bit of a hill. Now, you can add flags to roads. That one's too short, but you can add flags to improve kind of your traffic. So for example, this is quite a long distance there, and you've got one guy here who walks from one flag to the other. So if you click on the road, you can see there, and you can stick a second flag in there, and then that'll be split in 2, and we'll get a new guy out here, and that'll help the traffic there. Won't help the traffic now at this thing, which is going to start to become a pinch point. But that's fine. So now our builders on our way down there. We'll expand the border there. Here we can see crops of wheat growing, and it's all kind of, our windmills going. Everything's kind of taking shape now. This guy's carrying bread back to the castle. So now we've got our food supply kind of sorted, and we're starting to get a bit more space here. Little Johnny, how are you? Goldsmith. Okay, yes, let's build a goldsmith, because coming out of this mine now we have our iron ore, our gold ore, of course. So we need to build a big building for this, and what we'll do is we'll build it here. And again, like the bakery, it's probably a good idea if you can build it within sort of a direct line from the mines, so that it doesn't get congested around here. So what the foundries look like are here. So this one with the little gold sign outside, this is a gold foundry or refinery. We click that and that'll build it. This one here is the iron equivalent. Okay, so we need that to make the steel from the iron ore, and we need this to make gold from the gold ore. And so we'll build that anyway. And what we'll do is we'll connect that to... we'll actually connect that to the mine so that the gold ore will move that way. But because it's on a hill, we'll also connect it this way. And that means it'll be quicker to get the materials to build it here. because they won't go up the hill and back down again, which is very slow. So you'll see the guys walking. See, like this guy here, he's going very slowly because it's a steep hill. So yeah, so all going well so far. You'll see reach a point eventually. There aren't many rocks left within reach of this building, and you'll see that you know, these will get depleted, and eventually the guy will sit there doing nothing. In which case, we'll probably knock his place down and build a new one here, and then there's plenty of rocks there for him to harvest. Okay, so yeah, we're going to get iron ore coming this way as well. So what we'll do is we'll get an iron. Oh, now sometimes when you build a big building, it rules out building other big buildings nearby. So we've kind of run out of space there for things. But now let me see. We'll see how the borders expand here, because it might be better to build our iron refinery here and, you know, run stuff down that way, and then you can build blacksmiths and stuff here, and then they can go back to the castle with the weapons and tools. So yeah, so that's it. Our goldsmith's on the way there, Johnny, and that will take coal and gold ore and turn one of each into blocks of gold, and that'll power the military, basically. Oh, got a little visitor.
Dad.
Yeah. You say night night?
Yeah, but my Story Shed card is stuck in my CD player.
Oh, why did you put it in the CD player? I'll have to fix it some other time, okay?
No, I'll show you.
James, some other time. Okay. Yes. Yep, James is supposed to be already in bed, but there you go. And he loves the Settlers as well. He'd watch it all day. Now, we're not close enough here to build a fisherman's hut, but when we do get close, it's, like I said earlier, fish are a very easy way of getting food, because there's no processing to be done. You just catch the fish, and that can go straight to the mines to feed the hungry miners. So yeah, so this building's done. Oh, and look, see, this guy has the big yellow feathers or brush on his helmet. He's quite a high-ranking soldier, so he's the second highest rank. And so he's going to go in here and occupy that, and that will extend our borders out that way. And there we go. Now, these are up too high, it looks like, for the mines, but that's a good one there. So I'll build an iron ore mine there. And we build it up from this road here. And since we don't have much, that's a night of occupy that new building. Fine, thank you. We're going to send another geologist up here just to see what else is there. Now, I'll go back to this screen here, because you'll see here that this little sign here is blank. That shows you where you'll get a tick there if there's one of the courier guys, one of the normal grunts there to carry materials. So if that's not there, you won't be able to transport materials back and forth. And you can see here there is no guy there. He will arrive because it's just been built, but if you have a shortage of men, you can get into a situation where materials won't move because people aren't there. Okay, so things are ticking along nicely. Now, I'm going to go into some of the finer details in here. Well, actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to show you this is all about the stats and you know, how your town is doing, how your little settlement is doing. So if we click here, these two show the whole food chain and supply chain. So if we look at this, we can see here's our food chain, and it all starts up here with the wheat, and you can see here that the wheat gets split between the miller and the pig farmer. So the pigs have to eat wheat, so you won't actually get any pigs, or it'll be very slow if there's no wheat to feed them. So you need the farmer to send grain, or to send wheat to or grain, yeah, to the miller and to the pig farm. And because there's no pig farm, we don't have a needle here, but you can see the needle's down in the red here. So this miller isn't getting much wheat, so he's kind of spending half his time not milling, and that's you know, it's obviously not the most efficient, but it, you know, it's fine for us now. Where you ideally want it in the middle in the green section here. If it's in the yellow section, it means he's getting too much wheat and doesn't know what to do with it. So then you can see it goes on to the baker, and he's not getting enough flour, so he's not working at full capacity either. So that's it. But that goes into the here's the food here, and that goes to all the miners. Now you can see the miners, the two miners we have going, the gold miner and the coal miner. They're both happy. It's in the green region. They're fine. Now we got a message here. What's that? Joel just found iron. Okay, we're fine. Loads more iron just in case. So we go back in here. So that's basically that. So it just shows you. I know these sort of look like they sort of separate out. It doesn't matter what food goes to the mines. You haven't seen half of it. Yeah, there's a lot to it. But because the thing is, all of these, this is just showing you the process, you know, and how they're actually performing. But you can actually adjust all these, and it gets nuts at that stage. So we go in here, and this is the raw materials. So you can see the builder, he needs wood and he needs stone, and he's getting no stone from the miner, but that doesn't matter. He's getting plenty of stone. Oh, sorry, no. I don't know why he doesn't have a needle, actually. Probably because there isn't a miner as such. He's just getting it from stores. But yeah, so he's got enough wood anyway, or maybe he just hasn't needed any at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure why he doesn't have a needle, but I guess there's no building going on that needs stone, because the only thing that we're building actually is the mine, and that's all wood. So you can see here the woodwork, the forester, or the lumberjack feeds into this guy. He's the sawmill operator, sawmiller, and he's we don't have one of them, so there's no needle there. But yeah, so iron ore goes into the smelters and comes out as steel. He's overworked, so there's more ore going in there than he knows what to do with. Now I don't know why we have that, because we don't actually have this guy. Okay, I'm reading this wrong. What am I doing? Right, anyway. What's going on here? Because I think these needles might be the wrong way around, because we have gold, and we don't have an iron smelter. So I think that's, you know what, that might be a bug that I haven't noticed in 25 years. There you go. So I don't know what's going on there, but anyways, this shows our military, and they're happy with the amount of gold they're getting. So this is good. Yeah, but yeah, so the gold, we're not getting all that much coal there, and we can see that in other ways as well. Hey, Grey Amiga, how are you? Welcome along. So we can look at any of these production buildings. We can look at, and we can do the special click, and here's our gold refinery. Now, I thought that was finished earlier, but I guess it's only just been finished. But what we normally have here is the guy who works it, and with stock of gold ore and stock of coal. Now, it doesn't have any in it, obviously, because there's no one working there. Oh, he's just moved in. There he is, with his very medieval-looking welder's mask. So the same for the bakery. You can see he's no wheat in there. No flour. This guy has no wheat, and this guy doesn't have a stock of anything. He's kind of like the start of the whole chain. Now, let's see. We still have no issues. Oh, this guy's starting to expand. You can see he's building a guard's hut there. So, yeah, at some point we might need to think about, let's just for safety, let's build another guard's hut here. And we build it from this road here. Up we go. Start that off. What's this guy saying? Coal. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh yeah, and there's the soldiers there getting a delivery of gold. That's one of the tough soldiers, so he's good. Yeah. Some of them are, you know, it's a crazy long chain of things, and you know, you're looking at things and thinking, right, why am I not getting any new soldiers? And you're like, oh, okay, it's because, you know, there's no more fish in the lake because we've overfished the lake and the fish have dried up, and now all the miners are on strike, so we've no coal to fire the foundry and the blacksmiths. And so yeah, you end up with when you're concentrating on too many things in a very complicated game, that's that's how it can go. So yeah, it's serious stuff. Yeah, like the UK in the 70s. Yeah, exactly. So we build that guy there. That'll feed out there. Yeah, and it is funny. What they'll do is they'll just wander around outside. They won't do anything. They'll just it's not like they're kind of hungry or anything. That well, they probably are, but they just walk around. They stand outside the mine and walk around, making show of themselves. And but yeah, that's it. Yeah. So yeah, so that's the thing there. Now this is kind of just showing the supply of the actual population. So we're generally because we're well stocked. How the population work is that basically what yeah, so the population are essentially untrained, and they're the normal plebs that walk around the place. When you build somewhere new, what happens is, like, let's say you build a bakery. Well, just for ease, because I see the meat cleaver there. If you build a butcher's, what'll happen is one of those guys will become a butcher, and he will take up one of these meat cleavers, and he'll go and start butchering things. That's a good point. Yeah, because they could use the straw from the wheat farm, but yeah, maybe they ran out of RAM, or just time, because the amount of programming that's gone into this is unreal. And it's basically done by one guy. But yeah, so it's important. Like we started off this game well stocked, so we don't really need to worry about this. But it's very important, especially in the later levels, if you start off with a minimal stock, that you have to be very careful, and you need to build a tool makers, and you need to tell the toolmaker which tools to make, so that you can get the other crafts and the other professions on the go. And so it is quite tricky like that. There's very finely balanced, and you have to do it quickly because the other guys are starting to build up. Oh, I'm just after seeing that question there. What's to stop you rushing your opponent? Nothing. You can do that, but you'll effectively bounce off them, because at the start you've got a lot of soldiers in the castle, and while these soldiers are unemployed, it's kind of easy to get them employed very quickly if you want. So what'll happen is you launch an attack, and your soldiers are going to be well, if they're coming out of the castle, they're not going to be in a great place, because there's not a huge amount of gold involved, so they won't be very strong. And yeah, so you send them across, and you can fire them at another place, and they'll basically you're going to take massive losses. You could do it, I suppose, but yeah, it's generally ill-advised, and it'll be a short game basically, because that'll be it. You'll be wiped out. So it's a good strategy, effectively, to build up an army and have them well trained and well ranked, and then feed them lots of gold. And yeah, exactly, blaze of glory. But actually, when I say you'll be wiped out, it'll wipe out your military, but all the rest of your things, provided you don't get attacked, will still keep on functioning. So it'll end up being a very boring game. You'll just sit there kind of waiting for ages for more people to come along. But there's some quite advanced controls on okay, I was looking in the castle, but there's some quite advanced controls on adjusting how the military works. But this is just showing you how, the statistics of everything that you have. So just showing you how many buildings you have of each type and all that kind of stuff. So that's fine. And the same with your population. These, this is a similar thing for you stats fans. You can click on different things and see how many or how much of a particular resource you've made. So we've actually been making loads of tree trunks. We aren't making any weapons yet, but we're making loads of bread, making loads of flour, wheat. Wheat is just after starting to kick off. And so you can see a lot of stuff there. We haven't made any tools or weapons yet, but we'll get to that now in a second. What's this? Okay, so knights are in there. Now you can see that this suddenly has a big thick cross on the flag, and that's because now we're sharing a border. So these guys here, and you can see they have a big thick flag, and it's about halfway up the flagpole, so that means they've got a medium occupancy there. So there's 2 soldiers in there. Don't know whether there's gold in there or not. You can't tell, but they've got more soldiers coming down the way here. So now we've got a border, a shared border. I just want to make sure they're not coming up any other way. On now they're coming up here, and this is probably a guard's hut they're building. So I want to get a guard's hut in there quick, snappy if I can, because if they build it first, if basically the only thing that holds your borders are the military buildings, and if they encroach on your borders and there's no military building to hold them back, they burn down your buildings. So any buildings that end up outside your border are just gone. That's it, wiped. And it is a devastating tactic to use against someone, or yeah, I'm just going to hope that they're arsing about and they haven't got their resources doing well. Like, they've got some massive traffic jams in there, so we should be all right, I think. So we need to get a builder down there, quick, snappy. I put a second flag in there so that we can get some materials down there as well. So we want to build our thing first, and what that'll do is that'll burn down their expansion there, hopefully. Oh, that's a guard's hut as well, probably. We may be too late here. We'll see what happens. We're still okay, and they're coming over the desert that way. Okay, now they're in their expansion phase, it seems, so we'll build another. We'll wait off here, because what can happen is if you try to build too many buildings at the same time, the resources get spread, and you got wood going 6 different directions, but you'd need you know, you need it here, and you need it here now. So so our builder gets there, and now he's going to order the wood, and the wood will start making its way down from the castle now. Okay. Okay, so everything else is running smoothly. Let's see how we're doing for stocks of. Okay, our wood, we actually don't have that much wood left over. So what we're going to do now is we're going to build our sawmill. And we're going to build it beside the woodcutters, even though he's probably almost out of trees there. So we'll build it here. And it's this guy here with the big long kind of a conveyor belt gizmo here at the front. This is our sawmill. And you feed in your tree trunks, and out come some planks of wood. And we connect that up here. And again, if you've got a process, it's good to have the paths follow that process. So what'll happen is the tree trunks here will go straight to here instead of getting all bogged down in the warehouse or in the castle here. Let's see, how's our builder doing? I think we're okay. So the wood is here now. You can see this guy's carrying up some iron ore. Like, so every material has a unique, image. It has some unique imagery, so you can see exactly what's going on. Our wood is coming down here, and that's going down to this guy here. So that'll sort that out now, and he'll be flying. Now, I'm going to show you some, let's see, some settings. So actually, yeah, you can switch between, this is our, how you actually control the game. This is just statistics, really. Now, right. See these two icons here. So we've got, this is the food icon, and this decides how much food each of the different mines gets. So this is basically, if you don't have enough food to go around, it's essentially set in priority. So you can see here the gold mine has a full bar, so he will get the most food. And then it'll be sort of between the iron and the coal, and then the stone guy gets the least, because you're more likely to have a stone cutter out in the land as well. So that's fine. That's there. You generally don't need to adjust these unless things are really, really serious. You've got serious shortages. But if you have, and you need coal, and you need iron, you ramp that up, and you ramp this down like that, and you ramp that up like that, and that will stop your gold mine from getting food. He'll go and strike, but then your iron ore guy will start working better. This button resets them to their default, because you can easily forget what works. And this is similar for wood and iron, or wood and steel, and it tells you where they go, or gives you priorities for those. So wood, this is a boat builder's hut. We're not going to build the boat builders just now. And this is the tool makers, and this is the blacksmiths. So tool makers for making all your hammers and saws and things like that. Blacksmiths is purely for making weapons, or maybe it's an armor, but you can see he has a little shield outside. He's for making weapons. And this guy has a little hammer. He's for making tools. This guy's a boat builder. So you can see here that basically building buildings gets all the wood almost. And the very small event goes to the boat builder, because really you probably only need a couple of boats in an entire game. The tool maker takes wood and steel, so it has a bar for both. And then the armor or the blacksmith gets, you know, the highest priority for the steel. So if there's a shortage of steel, he will get it all in that case. So now here is this one's an interesting. Oh, sorry, that one is. I'll go back to that. But that's basically the same thing for the tool maker, and the same thing for coal and wheat. Like, so how you distribute them. So coal between the foundries and the blacksmith, and wheat between the pigs and the windmill. Now, this here is the transport priority. So you can see here the wood and stone are the highest priorities. It might be that you want to bump some things up like swords and shields because you need to train more soldiers. But for now, especially if you're looking to get some guards huts built and defend your territory, you need to have them up at the top. And by default, that's where they are. So you can see gold is down the bottom because although gold is good for the military, it doesn't have... It's not an emergency thing, usually. You know? And basically, gold will get there, and it's, you know, it's fine to have it as low priority. And the food kind of... The mines can hold a large stock of food, so once they're stocked, you can kind of... You can kind of have hiccups in supply, and that's fine. It just takes... you know, a while to get over it. Well, actually, sorry, the cooked foods and the finished foods are here, but yeah, the raw materials, you know, because of the way the supply chain works, you can have a bit of a hiccup, and it can take time, and they hold large stocks. So usually it's not a huge deal, but again, if you suddenly find that your whole thing is dried up, you can bump that up to the top, and then the wheat will get priority, let's say, to the windmill. Now, I see soldiers walking down here, and we have built much quicker than this guy because he has massive traffic jams down here, and that shows you why, you know, good organization of the roads is a good thing. So I've built that before he's got onto the, you know, got anywhere near that. So, and then you see, because my border expanded there, let's burnt that down, and just at the same time they occupied this one, and now we've got a shared border there. But yeah, so that's what happens if you expand the border beyond a non-military building. And an empty military building is, you know, fair game as well. It'll just burn down. So yeah, so you have to keep an eye out for that, because it's very easy to lose a building to something that, or a whole cluster of buildings. Like, you know, if the border came along here, you'd lose your entire supply of bread and stuff like that, and that's a killer. So with that in mind, I'm going to build a guard's hut here just to keep an eye here, just in case. And yeah, so this was gonna... Night has occupied this new building, and I lost some land because of that guy. So this is... You will get a warning like that when your border starts to move. The brown rocky outcrops, like this guy here, you cannot do anything with them, and they just take up space. It's just that's just what it is. So the small ones are actually not a big deal. You can actually build a path straight across them, but the big ones is just a waste of space. So there's nothing you can do with them. So yes, don't build a castle in the middle of a set of them if you can help it. Yeah. So this is the story. So this is our sawmills coming on well here. There's the big buildings take a lot longer to build, and they usually take, like, you know, 2 or 3 units of wood and a couple of units of stone to build. But yeah, so everything is working fine. We see our foundry here, and that's got like huge, that's full basically. I think they can hold 1 more of each. So all the iron, all the gold ore, all the coal. Oh yes, I was going to build an iron foundry here. I'll build that here, so that's near... Yeah, so that's come down from the mountains, and that's this guy here. And we connect it here. Oh yeah, maybe what I'll do is... Oh, I think I may have slightly poorly judged that. That's okay. We give him a special path up there, so the iron ore will then come straight down there. And what I'll do is I'll click on the flag, and this rune symbol here is to demolish something. So I'm going to demolish that flag by doing a special click. It's a safety thing, special click to get rid of it. And I'll put the flag there instead. And then, oh, you know what? I'm after messing that up, am I? Yeah, I'll put the flag here somewhere. Yeah. And I'll connect it that way. And we'll connect it that way as well, just for shits and giggles. Because what we'll do is we'll build our blacksmiths near here as well, and that'll be on the outside of the path. Okay, so that guy will want coal. So what we'll do is we'll actually build a path down here. And so coal will actually come down this way without having to go through the castle network there. And so, yeah, so having a good grid of roads is absolutely critical. It really is. It's a big deal. So I was talking about the transport, and you can see all the different things. Basically, when there's a lot of traffic going on, when a lot of things to be moved, when one of your little guys reaches a flag, he will pick up wood before he'll pick up coal, and that's it. So you'll end up with you can end up with massive piles of stuff in some of the flags, and and it can be a problem but you just need to keep an eye on it. Oh, now this guy's getting ambitious. So we'll have a look at what he has done. Got building mines. He has a lot of guards huts. So the thing about a military building is you can never leave it totally empty. Once you've occupied it, it takes up a soldier. So the only way that last soldier leaves is by being killed by an attacker. So that's okay. So that's our farms protected now. So we've got a bit of a border there, and you can see it's a thin black cross on that flag. So there's no immediate threat. So it's kind of a little bit away from the border. And you'll see that there's only one knight in there, so the flag is quite low on the pole. So what happens is, if and when the border expands there and touches that flag will suddenly turn into a darker cross, and a new knight will come out and move in there, and it'll all be don't mind that. It's kind of automated in that kind of way, so the priorities change for the knights. Now we'll just have a look at how our knights are doing. So now you can see we're starting to get the bulk of our soldiers up into this kind of region here, where these soldiers are actually quite good. So these soldiers can hold their own. These are pretty good in a fight. These guys are legends. So if you can leave your knights in the castle long enough to get a few of these on the board, this is good. And they're kind of, they're legends, especially with a bit of gold behind them. One of them can cut through 5 or 6 mid-level soldiers on an attack, and it's that's the way you want it. Now, some finer options of the military, and this is absolutely crucial. What will I do here? Oh yes, this is a funny one, right? So basically, if you need to evacuate a castle or a warehouse, so the castle is kind of, you can see where all the goods are stored. You can build a warehouse as well, and that gives you a second place to store all your materials and men, and it helps to alleviate the congestion here. And as well as that, if you've got a big thing going on, if you have loads of weapons and stuff stored here, it's quicker to arm some soldiers, and it's quicker to build things if you have all the materials nearby. So it's quicker to do things that way. And so if you have a local warehouse, rather than having to get them all the way back from here where there's likely going to be congestion. So it's good when you expand a lot to have a warehouse. But this setting here is the priority for when you have to evacuate a warehouse. So if it looks like your warehouse is going to be lost to the enemy, you can choose to evacuate it, or if it's no longer needed, you can choose to evacuate it. And what'll happen is they'll start taking stuff out of the warehouse in the order that's shown. So gold would get taken out first, then gold ore, then your weapons, then your tools, then your raw materials, then last of all your food. So and that's probably a good way of doing it, because there's probably plenty of gold on this level, but quite often, especially in the later levels, you get maybe 1 or 2 small bits of gold, and that's about it. And you want to be careful with that, you know. So yeah, keep an eye on the later levels, and if it looks like you're going to lose a warehouse, make sure you get your gold out of there. Because you know you're not going to win it if you don't have your gold behind your soldiers, or it's going to be a lot more difficult to do. All right, I see they're coming thick and fast here, so they've got more. You know, there's a lot of, you know, going to fill up that guard's hut. That's probably another one there. But yeah, we're fine. We don't have anything in this area, so I'm happy enough to lose that land. And the border will end up basically halfway between the two here. So you can see our sawmill's working away there, and now there's a fine supply of tree trunks going in there. Our tree cutter is probably doesn't have an awful lot to do anymore, because look, all the tree trunks are basically, all the trees that are in the area are gone. What's this? We lost some land, but that's fine. We're happy with that. So yes, other military settings. So we're going to go in here into this icon here, and this is kind of the fine-tuning of your military. So okay, this is where it gets fun, and all the fine-tuning is yeah, can make or break a battle later on. So you have to be careful with it. This top slider here tells you how many of the new recruits, of your new people, like your new spawns, how many of them get turned into soldiers. So it's at about a third. That's probably fine. You don't want to have it 100% of the way up, because then you might have a shortage of people on the paths. You might have a shortage of miners or goldsmiths or whatever, you know. So unless you're going for a blaze of glory, you don't do that. Now, so well, yeah, but once you reach a certain point, like now, and especially if you're well stocked, like I've a crap load of people here who are not doing anything, so I'm going to bump that meter up a bit, and we go up a bit there. And now this here shows you how many normal unemployed people can potentially be turned into soldiers, and that number is 0. And the reason for that is probably because I don't have any weapons left. So as the new recruits have been turned into soldiers, they've been slowly eating away my stock of weapons. And you see here, yeah, we have none of either of those. So now what we need to do is get a blacksmith on the go, and possibly even 2. So what? I'll load the space up there. But what I'll do is we'll start it here, because it'll be nice and close to where our raw steel is going to be coming from. I'm going to build a blacksmiths, and this guy will build weapons, and we'll connect that to the path down here, so that our steel will come out of there and go in there, and he also we'll also connect him up there, so that's a bit of a quicker route back to where the coal and the main storage area is, where the new recruits will be trained. So the weapons will sort of flow back to the castle, and once they're in the castle, these guys will start turning into soldiers. So that's why we've got a sort of we've only got 3 new recruits here, because they're almost all ranked up now at this point. So this is kind of probably something you should get on a bit earlier, but you know, we're in a fairly lax game at the moment. But yeah, so that number will start to creep up once you get a stock of weapons in. If this number is like, you know, if there is a possibility here, you can click this, and that will take all available plebs and turn them into soldiers, and take away whatever number of weapons there are there. So each soldier needs a sword and a shield. You can't become a soldier unless you have both of those. So if that says 5, you have at least 5 swords and at least 5 shields. You might have more of one of them, but basically that's how many soldiers you can make. So if you click this, that'll turn those 5 randomers into soldiers, and then they'll be bottom ranking soldiers, and they'll start ranking up. This is your morale, and we're doing all right. 47%. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure of how these numbers work, but 47% is probably all right. As you win more battles, you'll see this number creep up, and it's you know, when you're on a sort of a rampage through an enemy's territory, this will get up to like 150% or something like that, and it's, you know, it's just you know, it shows your soldiers are kind of like they're mad for it. They'll just tear in there, and they'll probably you know, they'll easily sort of they'll easily sort of deal with higher ranking knights and things like that, you know. So you know, so that, you know, we're fine, but they haven't, our knights haven't been tested yet, so they're kind of meaningless. Now, these are kind of critical things. This number here is how many knights are actually defending your castle. So if we go out to here, we can see we've got 3, and that's full. 3 in that guard's hut, and that is full. This setting here shows that we've also only got 3 in our castle, but they're working in the castle, which means they're not ranking up. So you can actually turn that down if you don't think there's a if you don't think there's a battle imminent or an attack on the castle itself. You can turn that down, and then you see this number will drop, and now those 2 are freed up, and now they're getting trained. They're ranking up now as well. This section here is, you've got a tick box, and you can change this here, so you can change that to that, and you can choose one or the other. So what this decides is who goes out to battle. So if I want to go out to battle, and I'm going to do a battle soon enough because we're starting to get to that point. We'll see how we do. These guys have some full guards huts. Might not go well, but sure, we're fine. We've got plenty of soldiers. But so we've got guards there. So what'll happen is, when you launch a battle, guards will leave the nearest military buildings and go on your attack, and however many you choose will do that. So if you have, the way it's set by default is the weakest guards go and the strongest guards stay behind to defend it. And if you swap that over, the strongest guards leave and the weakest ones stay to defend the thing. Now, there's no right answer here. It depends on who you're fighting, and different AIs will have different priorities. Like, actually, I should have said at the start, the picture will tell you kind of a bit about about the game they'll play. So you have to have a look at the manual, because I don't remember the specifics, but like, some of them just look after themselves, some of them go after gold no matter what, some of them are hell-bent on taking over your territory, and they'll just go on the early attack. Usually they'll bounce off you, but you know, it can make for an annoying game because they keep on burning down stuff in your periphery. So it depends. So yeah, some of them go after all the mining, and they just mine, and so I don't know exactly what this guy is doing, but he's suddenly building a lot of guards huts and spreading himself quite thinly, it seems, because he's building guards huts there, and that building site's been there for a while, and there are no materials arriving or builders. So I think he has overstretched himself, which is kind of, probably won't be hearing much from him for a while. Okay, yeah, so basically, I for games like this, unless you're constantly under attack, I would say this is good, because you can take your good soldiers and get them into the fight, and they're quite likely to win if you've got a lot of gold on the road, and it's and you've got a lot of gold stocked in your guards huts. So I tend to go like that for most games. This one here is an interesting one, because what this does is, this takes the lowest ranking soldiers from each of your guards huts and sends them back to the castle and swaps them for higher ranking ones. So this lets you rotate your soldiers, because in the guards huts, especially the likes of, see, this one here is probably one of the first ones we built, and it still has that same one guy in there, and he's a mid-ranking soldier. So at the time, he was our highest ranking soldier. He's not anymore. Now, it's a bad example, because when there's only one guard left, no one can leave. But if we look at this one, we can see there are 3 mid-level guards. What we'll do is, and here we've got a mid-level and 2 high-level guards, 2 level 4 guards. So what we can do with this button is, we click it just to show you, and when you click it, it starts the process, and this can tie up your roads. If you've got a lot of military stuff going on, this can really tie up your whole village. Like, so just be careful with it. But when you click it, and what happens is, the lowest ranking guard from each place will leave, and there he is there. You can see he's the guy with the 2 small decorations on each side of his helmet, and the 2 highest ranking ones stayed there. And now we've got one of the very high ranking ones. See this guy? Oh no, so he's the second highest ranking one. And he's going to come down and replace him. And so now this makes this guard's hut stronger. But of course it stops this guy from ranking up in the castle. But these lower class guys, they can all go in there and rank up, and hopefully we get more. Now, here's our high-end soldier, this guy. They don't get better than that. And this is good now. So he's in this one, which is a kind of a border one. And we'll use him for an attack now in a little while. Now, they're finally getting their act together there. Yeah, so he's in there, and now you can see the flag is still up at the top there, and so we're back to full strength in there. But if you do that, especially if you've got a lot of soldiers and if you've a lot of building going on, your roads can get clogged up with soldiers, and it can leave some of your buildings at half strength, and you can leave you open to an attack. So use that with care, as well as slowing down the building work and stuff that goes on. Now our blacksmith's nearly ready, so we've stalled building new soldiers or making new soldiers. So until we can make more, that's basically it. Now this is interesting. You can see our food is almost all completely gone except for the pigs. So we haven't made a pig farm. So what we're going to do is make a pig farm here. Yeah, we'll make a pig farm here. And we'll leave that wheat farm a bit more space, because a wheat farm will take up more space if you give it more space. You have to be careful with that, because sometimes it can take up space that you might want for building later on. But it's fine here. We've got plenty of space in this level. So we're going to build a pig farm here. And like all the other things, it's good to have it within your supply lines. So we'll build it here, and we'll give it a path directly from our wheat farm, so it gets a direct supply of wheat. Now that means our miller obviously won't get as much, but that's fine. We'll deal with that later. And we go out here and we connect it here. And what that'll do is we get our pig farm, and that's connected up. And oh yeah, but the pig farm needs to connect to a butcher's to turn it into meat. And so yeah, it's not great. We'll build our butcher's here, and that's on our way back up, so that can serve the mines and the storage area there. And the butcher's is this guy, and that's butcher's because you can see it's got a hook in the window, and you can actually, you know, he'll hang up the dead pigs there, and you'll see that happening in the window. Like the animation stuff they do in this is just brilliant. Like it's so well done, all the pixel graphics. And we connect it up there. So what'll happen is we get wheat going to the pig farm, pigs going to the butcher's, and then from the butcher's going to the mines where the food is needed. Because we are actually out of food, and the only raw material we have left is pigs for food. Our mines, they have plenty of stock, so we're not in an emergency situation or anything like that. They're all good. Oh, and we're getting loads of gold there as well, 88%. It's doing well. Now, what was this? Lost some land here. What's that? Oh, yeah. He's starting to come at us from the other side. Now, this guy is overstretching himself. You know, he started off with fewer resources, and look, his miner's on strike. There you go. That's what happens when you don't have food. They're just standing around doing nothing. So, you know, he might have a great network there, but all his mines are out of action except for this one. Oh, yeah, so even this guy's not doing anything. So he's way overstretched himself, and it means he's not a threat at all, really. Okay, but yeah, the map will look interesting because he's gone on a territory grab, really. And you can see there, like, far more land occupied than I do, but it's not a big deal. Unless he can occupy all this stuff in between, he won't win on the 75% rule. So basically, you can win a level by taking over 75% of the map, or you can win it by basically decimating their military. And you can if you kill all their military buildings, including the castle, yeah, you'll win that way. But I think if you get down to a point where you absolutely overwhelm them in military numbers, in military strength, then they surrender anyway. Can I kick his arse yet? Probably. but I can't just walk in and do it because so they've got this big land thing going on, and oh, that's actually, this is a bit prone here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a guard's hut here. So we've got one there, but that won't hold the border against if they expand up this way. So we get that there. I don't want to lose my blacksmith. So to because they've expanded like that, you can't just go in and raid the castle. So you'll have to work towards the middle first because, okay. So let's talk about how the battles actually work. So let's have a look at this guard's hut here. You can see it's got the full flag, so we know there are 3 guards in there. But unless you've been paying attention and you've seen which guards are going in there, you don't know how strong they are, and you don't know if there's any gold in there. So let's have a look at this. So if you special click on it, we get this is our fighting window. And it's pre-selected 3 knights to go and fight. But you can see that none are very close. We've got 1 that's kind of close, 1 that's further away, and 2 that are very far away. So this is basically your available knights. Now you can see there's only 1 that's kind of close, and that is going to be the guy in here. This guy, basically, because I've set it to that the strongest knights go and fight. And also because, you'll remember with this one, I've set this to medium, so that the minimum that can go in there is medium. So if I set that to minimum now, or I'll set that to minimum just because, you know, I know I'm fine. Now you see I've got 2 available here because I've got 2 knights that can be freed up here. And that'll just leave the bare minimum of 1 in that guard's hut, should he be attacked. I can't see that happening because they're stretched quite thinly. Now they do have good occupancy of the military buildings, but the materials are not great. Like this guy's got stone but no wood, so you know they're having massive problems here. See, this is the builder. He's waiting around. He's got his delivery of stone, but to build a guard's hut you need wood and then you need stone, and you need to build a frame first. So yeah, that's not happening for a while yet. And in the meantime he's building boats. So his priorities are a bit messed up. This little guy in the green hat, he's planting trees. And he's kind of like, you know, the start of the food chain in other ways, like as in he just makes all the you know, he starts off the wood process, if you like. So they've got loads of trees around here, so he's been busy. So I might actually build one of them, because what's happened here is our woodcutter here, there are no trees left around where he is. So yeah, let's build a forester. This is this guy in the middle here. You can see that little tree beside his hut, and so you can see this is the boat builder, and this is the fisherman. So he's got a fisherman's net outside. So I'm going to build that there. He doesn't need any supplies or anything like that, so it doesn't really matter how well he's connected once the place gets built. And so we build that, and then he'll start planting trees, and after a while this circle will fill up again with trees. What you could do as well is just knock down the woodcutter's house using this demolish function, and then build it further over, but they were getting close to the border, and yeah, it'll be fine. We don't really need the space yet. So we don't have that many soldiers nearby that are able to attack, but there can only be 3 in there, and so what we'll do is I'm just trying to think, that might be well guarded. I'm seeing if there's one which is a good objective, if you know what I mean. So this guy here might be better, because we can burn this down, we'll stop him from building this, which is a wheat farm. So he's struggling for food in his mines. You can see, oh, can you build a tree planter hut? I just saw that now. That's exactly what I've done. Yay. So he's building a wheat farm, probably to get his miners working again, because they're still on strike, and he needs weapons to make more soldiers. So without these raw materials, he can't build weapons. I just see there's my blacksmith hammering away, and so he's built a sword. So now there's swords and shields making their way, and there's a shield, guy carrying a shield, so making their way back up to the stores there. We'll start seeing new soldiers soon. I think I might build a second blacksmith, because I'll show you why now. Because we've got plenty of raw materials. We've got loads of coal and loads of steel. So we build another blacksmith here, and that'll greatly increase the speed of our weapons production. Just in case things don't go to plan and I need to load more soldiers. Probably not going to happen. Okay, so I think, yeah, this is a good target, because if I get this guy, we'll probably burn down this wheat farm that he's probably poured the last of his wood into. And the poor guy will be, yeah, after wasting precious resources. So we've got this 3 good knights in there. They're very good. And this has also got 3 good knights, yeah, okay. And they've both fully loaded with gold, so we'll send them in for a fight. So that's 2 and 2 we'll probably send in from those 2 nearest guards huts. So we'll send in all 4 of those. And you click on the fight button, and away they will go. Here they come. And they're coming from there as well. So they're the 2 nearby, the 2 further back. And now as soon as they've moved out, because those buildings are supposed to be full, because we've set them to be full, that we want them full, they will they'll be replaced by fresh soldiers from the castle. So we'll get some new soldiers coming out. And we can see already one of the highest ranking ones is left. So he's already on the path down. So got some good soldiers coming out now to replace them. These guys are already over in enemy territory now. Now, interestingly, this guy has left. Oh, I don't know why he's actually left there. Unless he just decided to mount an attack on my soldiers. I think he did, because there's a couple of his guys are coming over. They're nowhere near as strong. So hopefully that's it. But what they'll do is, actually, when they if that's a coincidence that he, I think, was going to attack my huts here. Yeah, there's another one. But if you meet someone on the road, they break into a fight there and then, and they're evenly matched. The gold makes less of a thing there, but like my guy's a higher rank here, so he didn't win that one, which leaves that guy to go up and join this fight. Now this is suddenly a bad situation, because I've only got 1 soldier in there. I've down to the bare minimum. So if he wins that, or if my guy loses there, I would have lost that guard's hut, and I would have lost these buildings here, and possibly that mine. So that's actually quite close. But now we've got a soldier, and he's after joining the fight now. So the replacement soldiers are coming in to join the fight, and they're all higher ranking. Odds are we should do fairly well here. So that's grand. Now, our guy now, what he's doing is he's sending out his weaker soldiers on the attack and leaving the stronger ones to defend. So he's making a defensive play, and that is going to make it trickier to beat these guys. Now, annoyingly, that means most of my attack force has been killed off or distracted on the way. Now we fought off that. Most of that attack, but there's 1 guy left, but he hasn't even gotten to the guard's hut yet. But yeah, my soldiers have all been distracted, so that didn't go particularly greatly. But yeah, we'll wait, give these guys a chance to get back in here. So this one's back to full strength, and there's an even higher ranking guard there. These guys are going back to... What happens is, when the guards are finished their fight, they go back to where they came from. And if wherever that was is full, they end up going back to the castle and getting redeployed to somewhere else. In the meantime, we're going to fill up this guard's hut. And we've got a medium strength guard in there. Be good if we got some... Yeah, there's some stronger guards coming down here. So we'll give it a minute for these guards to find their feet and get back to where they're supposed to be and get back to full strength, and then we'll do another attack, because they're down to half strength there, and they're filling up with weaker guys as well. Now it looks like they're sending in another attack, which is ambitious. But yeah, I'm not actually up to full strength, so you know, it is a bit of a roll of the dice, because yeah, they are higher ranking, but there's still only 3 of them, and they can send in, like, you know, 20 shitty soldiers and win. Just by sheer massive numbers. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, these guys are definitely going all in. And so let's see. So yeah, no, we should be fine there. We've got much better soldiers in there, and they're quite comfortable. And with more soldiers on the way. So you can see our lovely little animated thing here. While that's going on, I'm going to get a beer. Back in a sec. Ah, yeah. Oh, that didn't go well. So I've lost my iron mine. Oh dear. Yeah, this hasn't gone well. Yeah. I don't know. Sure. Cheers. I absolutely fully sure I would hold that, but see, that's what happens. It wasn't full strength, and so one extra soldier in there might have made the difference, because they're not sending in strong guys, but they must have put all their gold into those huts, and they might have had quite a lot of gold, because normally these guys wouldn't win very much, but they've filled it up. And the problem is now, because that was full of gold, it's still full of gold, and they have that gold now. So what I'm going to do is take it back. So we got 3 there. We got some good guards there and there. Now that, see, because this is too far away now, I can't attack it anymore. So the window won't pop up because it's not holding the border anymore. It's this one. So let's go all in, will we? Yeah, we send in 8 guys. Hopefully they're not actually attacking now. But yes, so leaving your guard huts weak, it can be lethal. So that's what I was saying earlier about using that tool to swap out your guards and to rotate them. Just be careful and make sure there's no one actually mounting an attack when you do that, and you don't, it might not feel likely. But yeah, I guess this guy is one of these aggressive types that goes all in. Okay, so these guys shouldn't have a problem. But that guy's I'm saying that now. Sure, let's see what happens. In the meantime, there are some times, like, it's a good game to have a beer with, and there's some times when you just have to wait and see what plays out. Oh, this enemy, you lost some land. Where's this now? Oh, he's cutting quite close there. So what we should do is build a guards out here just to push out that border a bit, because he's within striking distance there. Now he's sharing a border with my castle. So that's not great. Not great at all. So what I'm going to do is go back to this screen here, and actually, just in case, because he could mount a strike on the castle and there'd be just one guy in there, and so we're going to train up a couple of soldiers to work in the castle. Now I should by sheer numbers just overwhelm this guy, but this is the highest ranking guy. He hasn't been called in to do anything yet. That's nice. I got a load of beers from my colleagues in work. I don't know if anyone is watching from work, but thanks very much, guys. They're all train related beers, so so that one's called Tunnel Vision. That's quite nice. Now, come on. when you watch enough of these fights, you start to see a pattern, not a pattern to actually how the fight goes, but there are certain moves and you think, okay, once I get that, that's the thing won. So they're defending quite well here, has to be said. So as well as the gold that's in the guard huts, the actual amount of gold you have in your castle makes a difference as well. And so, you know, as in the amount of gold you actually own. So this is nuts. No wonder I lost it. That's the guy that they had at last. Now, here we go. Here we go. Oh dear. It's not going well. Yes, there we go. Need more of those guys. So now we've got our guards hut back and we've got the heaviest guy in there as well. Sadly, that means we have lost all our infrastructure here. I'd say we've gained a victory here, yeah. Now what we want to do is... Do we still have our gold? Yeah, we do. I'm fully occupied. We'll build a path back down to that. We need to rebuild all our stuff. Now, what happens with these little signs that the geologists leave is that they disappear after a while, and so all our signs have gone. So I have to send some more geologists up into the mountains. Right, just as I was saying earlier, see, this got two paths leading off, and they both have ticks, which means both the paths have transport guys. Yeah, so there you go. A little bit complacent there. Thinking, yeah, they've overstretched themselves, but they must have started off with a decent set of gold and or a decent stock of gold, and now they are manufacturing tools, so their mining and production are back in full swing. And look at this, 2 refineries and a storehouse. So they've got quite the manufacturing operation going on. So what else is there? Let me think. So we're building that there. They have basically surrounded me on this map. You can see there they're cutting into that open space there. I'm gonna have to defend here as well. So don't have a massive need for... You can build bigger military buildings actually, so I'll go to them. So this is our guards hut. We'll be building them because they're the quickest to build and the easiest way to sort of expand the borders. But if you go to the third page here, there's a guards tower here and a garrison, and this holds 6 soldiers and 4 units of gold, and this holds 12 soldiers and either 6 or 8 units of gold. But anyway, it's quite the formidable building, and you would so very rarely need one of these. And the thing is, you don't really want to build them as a sort of a border expansion tool, because what'll happen is it won't get built quick enough, and they'll build a small little guards up beside it, and you're after pouring all these resources into building most of it, and it gets burnt down. So just be wary for building one of the big garrisons. But if you have a sort of if you want to keep a large number of soldiers within striking distance of a castle, for example, they're good for that kind of thing. Or if the enemy are building those kind of things, then that's what you want. But for now, we're just going to build a guards hut because they're not building anything big, and we have enough guards huts to be able to back them up. Is it all making sense so far? Oh, where's my thing gone? There we go. So I found coal. We're finding all these new things again. And there's iron now. So yeah, so I guess we'll start building already. And what we'll do is we'll build our foundry here. Build that back. Where is it? This guy here. I've done the same thing again, haven't I? Ah, dear. Because the paths work on sort of this hexagon thing. You know, it's sometimes basically you can't build flags 2 points away because there's nowhere really for the man to stand in between. So they usually you have to leave a couple of path segments between them, and so sometimes the path layout doesn't always work out great. But oh, found more gold. I think we're okay because our mines are still doing well, but if you leave a mine for long enough, it will eventually run out. And so that one's at 33%, so that's probably, and 29%, that mine's probably going to be emptied soon. But I think we're okay because we have a crap ton of gold in there, or a crap ton of coal. 97 units. Whoa, I hear fights. Did I hear a fight? Settlement's under attack. Oh! Oh, yikes. But now they're sending in their weakest soldiers. This guy here with the with no decoration on his helmet is weak. So rank 1. These guys here with the kind of Viking hats are rank 2. These are rank 3. And I've got rank 3 in there. Who else have I got in there? And I've got a rank 4 in there. So I don't want to say it should be okay, but it should be okay. But in the meantime, oh crap. They've sent in a lot of soldiers. I might occupy this new building. Okay. Right, but that is actually uncomfortably close. Now we should be okay with this guy. Should be okay. Yeah, we're fine. Now I like the way they're all very polite and they all sort of standing around and wait their turn. You know, so this guy's come up now and it's like, hello. But they'll also wait and what they'll do is they'll say, oh no, I won't fight you just yet. Let's wait for this guy to walk through with a sack of coal, and they'll hold on. And it's quite funny sometimes, but yeah, no, I think we're doing all right here. We're dispatching them relatively easily. So see now we've got a bit of a traffic jam around here actually because the builder is in the way. And he can't get past because the soldier's in the way. So what's going on here? More iron. Now, if they've emptied out their nearby huts to attack me, it might be an opportunity to go and attack them. They're sending more in to attack. They're sending them from far away. But they're restocking these. I wonder if I can attack that one. Is that close enough? No. What are you saying? My guys are doing okay. They're doing okay. This poor rookie here is going to get his arse handed to him now as well. Hopefully. See, our little tree planter is doing his business. All these small trees, and so it takes some time. They'll grow up to be full-sized, and then our woodcutter will get to work as well. Now, look, all these guys are stuck. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good from a rookie soldier. Well, what I might do is I'm going to send a whole heap of guys over to attack their nearest place here anyway. And what will happen is, yeah, they did. They sent them all. But basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send a load of soldiers over to here. And with any luck, what that'll do is, oh, Jesus. It will send soldiers who will basically come across these guys. So this is actually going terribly. Because I'm down to 1. This is our last guy. Now, he is the best guy in there. But they're sending in some of the heavies now. Now, so what I'm hoping is that by sending soldiers across that way is that they'll coincide and they'll take a few of these guys out on the road. And that's how it should work, but oh dear. Now, I should point out that basically a fight gets reset every time it's won or lost. It is probably worth building a bypass. I'm a little bit, yeah, caught up here. But yeah, see, so I'm starting to fight their guys separately as well. And this is kind of what you want. Now, this guy, would have been nicer if he'd come through this way. But, yeah, we're getting a bit backlogged here, and it might be nice to build a guard's hut there, so... See, the problem is we've got a field here in the way. or the corn. You can't really build through the corn. So loads of fights going on. Yeah, I think I might go up and over. Okay. Is it? We'll be fine. Look, there's a guy coming through with his wood now. He's like, okay, stand aside. We've got some stuff to build. Yeah, we're here. Yeah, good point. And down and around, maybe. That's still no man's land. That's okay. But yes, this is getting uncomfortable here. Oh, I didn't really want that fight to... Oh, come on. Who's in there? Okay, we're probably all right. We might be all right. Oh, no. Oh, that's shit. So that's built down the guard's hut that I was building, and my wheat farm. Very nearly all my other stuff. Jesus, this hasn't gone well. Hasn't gone well at all. Some tutorial this is. Okay, right. In we go. Go on, lads. Now, what I should do as well is... Well, no. We'll bump these medium strength ones up. So this will actually move some guards out into these huts. The ones with the small, with the thin cross on the flag. Do I not have any better soldiers than that? No, I don't. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, well these guys are still on the mission up there. Okay. These guys were going over to join the fight there, so okay, I gained a victory here. Okay, where was this? Oh yeah. Yeah, a bit late, lads. Now look, I've got this island in the middle of the bloody thing. Okay. Good lads. So, I've got 3 soldiers in there. There's no gold in there. I'm going to burn that down because I can't build a path back. Well, it might be a good staging area to try and make a bit of a dent somewhere else, actually. But there's no gold in there, so they're not going to be particularly good fighters. Yeah, I'm going to burn that down, and at least it's sort of one of their guards' huts that's gone. And when you burn down a building, you get all the people inside back. So, and you do a special click on that. And I love the, you know, ye old English. Demolition, click here if you are sure. And I click there, and our guards come out unscathed. And they all go home. I don't know where you're going. Where are you going? You're taking the scenic route. Fuck's sake. Oh, we're still fighting. This one up was here as well. Okay, once you start a fight, you cannot call off a fight. So you have to bear that in mind as well. Now we've got one of our best knights on this. We should win this. And that will disrupt whatever they're building here. Hopefully this one, maybe not. But we should make easy work of this guy. Come on. No. That's it. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, boat bloke. Yeah. So when you build a path through a lake, and there must be one somewhere. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. It'll be stuck in your head now for days to come, that music. But yeah, you see, you do see boats wandering the land. Oh, that was a good one, actually. So burnt down their wheat farm and forester's hut, and I can't remember what. Oh, that was a building site. Got myself another little island, I think. Have I? Right, let's get you guys back over the border. Yeah. Because they're good knights. And they don't have any gold there, so they're much better served behind this border here. Now, this is annoying me, these guys. So I want to wait till they get back in somewhere, and then I need to take back that land, because that is uncomfortably close to my stuff. Ho! What are you doing here, lads? Okay, some guards coming back in there now. Gained a victory here. Right. Come home. They're pretty serious, aren't they? These guys, they're yeah, they're they're going all out. I think that is because of the guy I'm fighting. Like I said, the personality-wise, some of them just go on the absolute, like, they just go for you. So he's ended up with an island as well. So they've got 3 guards in there, but they're not getting any gold. They could potentially, you know, attack my castle or attack one of the other guard huts. Like, if they attacked here, that would finish me off. That would absolutely crucify me. Yeah. So yeah, I think it would be safe to, or a safer bet to get rid of them now. Some medium ranked guards there. Now you can see that the guards that are actually defending the castle are 3 of the weakest guards. Oh yeah, I meant to talk about this page as well. These are the guards that are actually employed to defend the castle. So I set it to 3 in the settings window down there. There's 3 of these little plebs. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, probably. So these 3 plebs here are looking after the castle. It's not a great spot to be in. If they attack the castle, I might as well just give the 3-fingered salute. But here's 2 excellent knights coming back, and they're going to come back into stock now and go straight back out, hopefully to somewhere useful. I don't think I have any guards hut that aren't holding the border now. So every single one of them is and look, these have got pretty weak guards. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a cycle my guards action actually. I'll wait till these guys get back in. I'm going to cycle the guards, and hopefully they won't attack while I'm doing that. And then I will have stronger guards out on the periphery, so good for attacking. Yeah, these guards huts aren't strong. They are not strong. And look, here's our builder with a road to nowhere. Because remember at the start when we said, yeah, his intelligence meter isn't very high up. So what he's got now is he's got 2 guards huts attached together, and that's it. The AI isn't. Okay. In the meantime, see now, okay, I'm going to give you an example of training more guards. So see, I've got 2 swords and 2 shields. If we go over here, I've got nearly 500 unemployed people. So if I go in here, you can see I've got a number 2 here, and that's that means I can potentially change 2 people into soldiers. That's still leaves a crap load of unemployed people, but you know, I've got my blacksmiths working on it, and now we've got a steady flow of weapons into the castle. So what I'm going to do is I'll go in here, and it's 3 now, so I've got 3 sets of weapons. I press that. Oh well, see, this is a weird one. Sometimes when you press this button, it changes. It takes that entire number and puts them away. Sometimes it takes them in bunches of 5. Sometimes it takes them all. Sometimes it just takes 1. I don't know how that button works, but oh yeah, sorry, yeah, we're clicking on one side of it and the other. Yeah, see that now? Hey, sorry. But yes, so what I've done there is I've changed those three randomers into soldiers, and now they will be the lowest ranking soldiers here. And so now I've got 4 of them, and they'll be there for a while. So I've got so many unemployed people, I am actually going to put that all the way up. So hopefully my blacksmiths are reasonably well stocked. They've got steel, so basically they're working flat out. If you've got spare stock in the buildings, they're working flat out. So they've always got something to do when they come back in, or when they run out, when they make something. So I'm doing reasonably well there. Pig farm's doing all right. So now is probably a good time to look at our the actual statistics here. So our wheat farm has got pretty poor output. So neither the pig farm or the miller are getting what they want. Oh, and that's because our our wheat farm burnt down. That would be why. Yeah. So, what are our stocks of food like? No food. This is suddenly a problem. Soon to be a problem. We built that mine and there's no food to go into it. So that miner is not going to do very much and he's eventually going to go on strike. We need to build a wheat farm. A bit of space up here. So that's awkward. Yeah. And now we've lost our nice, neat supply chain that we had going on as well. So it won't be as efficient when you're baking stuff this way. So we'll run around the outside here and hope for the best. And we connect that up here. Ugh, yucky. But it'll do. And then, yes, I think we should attack this guy. That's what we were going to do. And take back this little island. Actually, I might cancel that wheat farm. So I'm going to cut the path to that. And you see, this was the guy going up the flat in the ground. I'll leave it, but I'll leave it there just for now. And we'll attack this. And if this goes terribly, then we'll have to rethink our game. All of yous now, making no mistakes. He's not going on an attack, is he? Jeez, that's ambitious. Oh, unless there's an attack coming from somewhere else, is there? Oh yeah, there we go. Here they come, and I have just emptied this guard's hut to go and attack that one. Come on, out of the castle, ye soldiers. Come on. Thankfully, they've gone and attacked this one, which is full of soldiers, but they're not, you know. Oh, they're throwing everything at it. I'm gonna lose my iron mine again. Settlement is under attack. Yeah. Come on, you should just be able to sort these guys out. That's what I was saying earlier. Is that the fights get reset. So after every battle, the fight gets reset. So if you've got a soldier in there and he's been through a battle, he will and he wins the battle, even if he's taken a load of hits. Once he goes back into the guard's hut and comes back out again, he's like a new soldier. So you can't kind of wear down soldiers by repeatedly attacking the same guy. Which works both ways, unfortunately, because you can, attack another thing. So it's basically down to the random number Jesus. Each time, so it gets reset. Doing alright. We sent in a couple of big soldiers here. Would like, this one is after getting another one. What I'm going to do is, let's see, if I send in from there, it's going to come from there. Now what's happened? Now come on, win this one. And if I win this one, I'll build the wheat farm back again here. And I actually don't know. It's not a situation I've been in. I don't know whether that farmer can retake those fields of wheat. I'm hoping he can. Because my food supply chain has been basically ruined. And I forgot about that. Oh no. gained a victory here. Okay. So these guys are in. And we got our gold back as well. Excellent. And we've got a bit of wood. Yeah. Now connect that back up. And let's build a wheat farm here. So that means we don't need the one we were building up here, so I'll demolish that. And what I love is it was just a marked out building site, but it still burns. And now there's a healthy supply of swords and shields going into the castle now, so this is good. Our supply lines may hit a hiccup here. We're still okay for food stocks and the wines, so we're okay for a while. Where are you going? Okay, no, he's picking a fight. This is good. This is what we want. Sorry, get rid of them. Sorry, I have a habit of leaving that on. Taking away from the realism of it. Go on. That's it. And breathe. Now. That was closer than it should have been. Because these guys keep on coming for it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to build a fucking garrison down here. Oh, they've got it. Nice. If you can burn down an enemy stock room, that's a good way of doing a serious amount of damage, because they, unlike the castle, there's no one actually defending, even though it's full of soldiers. There's no one defending these buildings, and so if you can take away all their food or all their weapons, excuse me, very quickly, that would be a good thing. So I don't think I can get that one, because if I attack this one, the border will be held by this, and the border ends up halfway between the two guards huts, so it'll be a bit there, so that's not going to work. Here we go, mid-range. Boom. And we build one of these. That is a tasty beer. Tasty beer on a Tuesday night. Okay, so our farm's coming on. This is fine. At least our building doesn't seem to be held up. It is very easy to get into a situation where your buildings are taking ages to get built because of traffic, or because of a lack of wood, or because of a lack of stone. It's absolutely crucial to keep a stock of that kind of stuff. And we're not doing that great. We've only got 9 units of wood left. Plenty of stone. And our stonecutter's house actually probably basically pointless, because there's a little bit left there, but he doesn't seem to be going for it. Whatever the reason is for that, he just decided, nah, that's not for me. So we've fought back and got a little bit of our shape back again. Going to build a guards tower there, and from there we should be able to launch attacks on these guys and sort that out. Oh, that a guards hut there. Oh, he's coming in sideways to try and take the mine, or he's looking to get some of the mountains. You know, because especially in the later levels, when you've got limited resources, you go to ridiculous lengths just to take over a portion of a mountain so you can get some more coal. And it's you know, it's a high risk, a high stakes thing, because you could spend a lot of energy and resources taking the territory to get up to here, and then find that there's basically nothing in the mountains. It's yeah, it can be it can be tough, and that can make or break a game. So because it's a bigger building, obviously he's leveling out the ground. But this, a guard's tower, is obviously a lot bigger. It'll hold 6 soldiers. you can get into silly situations where you build a guard's hut like tower like there, and they'll just bypass it and go and attack this instead and still burn down this building. So this is going to be more of a launch pad for attacks, to have a lot of soldiers just ready to go, and to, you know, kind of flood the area with them so they can get into you know, fights on the street. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yes, their building is taking a long time. Any questions? No, is it all making sense? Is it all? Is there much I haven't covered? Because there's some buildings I haven't built. Yeah, let's look at some buildings I haven't built. So, right, you'll see here that there's no guard's hut in this for a start, and that's because you can't build them too close to each other. You have to have a certain amount of distance between your military buildings. You know, so you can't build a solid wall of guards huts, for example. It just doesn't work. So you can't physically do that. So I've gone through all these buildings, but the two I haven't built here are the fisherman's hut and the boat builders. And because we don't have any need, I haven't bothered. But yeah, if you have, especially some levels have a lot of big lakes and stuff like that, and if you can build a path across the water, it's actually quite fast moving. You wouldn't think so, but to get goods from one side of the lake to the other, it's actually quite quick because it's level, and the guy, when you see him, he's rowing the boat, he's actually quite quick. And so he's yeah, he'll just fire away on his path. So if you're building lots of paths, you'll need to build some boats. The castle usually comes with 1 or 2 boats, so you're fine if you just do it the odd time. But yeah, that's it. So you need him if you need that, if you need some boats. Fisherman's hut there, yeah, I didn't build one of them, and they're normally quite good because they're a safe supply of food when you don't have you know, there's no massive supply chain behind it. It looks like this guy's harvesting the crops that were there, which is great news. So that should kickstart things a lot quicker, and just as well. Oh, and it's good to not overlook these sections. Actually, you just see this now because I've got the building possibilities highlighted. It doesn't really look like a mountain, but there could actually be stuff in there that's quite valuable. Just worth bearing in mind, you know, because you could find like a nice gold seam or something in one of these little things, even though it doesn't look like it's not a full-blown mountain. Mind you, they've already checked it, and there's nothing in there. So, but sure, you know what? For shits and giggles, let's go and have a look. So we put a flag down, build a path. And because we've got a castle full of geologists who are doing nothing, let's give them something to do. I don't know how many geologists I have, but too many. Let's see. Okay, we've sent them all out there. There are geologists. Okay, so what are the other buildings? We covered that. Yeah, the butcher takes pigs and turns it into meat. Blacksmiths is coal and steel into weapons. Tree trunks into planks of wood. The gold foundry, iron foundry, turn ore into gold or iron. This is the bakers, makes pretzels or bread. This is the tool makers. And yeah, they make tools. Now again, we started off this level with a reasonably good stock of tools, and we haven't run out. So if we were to build another butchers, that would be our last butchers before we need to actually build a tool maker to make a meat cleaver. But the tool maker makes everything in this column. So spades are used for the leveling guys. Before you build a big building, you need a guy out there to do that. And so you know, we've got 6 of them. But if you don't have any of them, and later on you start with almost nothing, you know, and if you can't level the ground for a big building until you build, you know, until you have the tools made. So you have to be very careful with the you know, to look at the stocks at the start of one of the later levels. I'd say Yeah, I'd say after about level 15, you want to be, you want to look at this, how it, to see how it'll pan out, So the hammers are used by the geologists and also the blacksmiths. The axe is used by the woodcutter. Saw is used by the toolmaker, actually. And, yeah, it's used by the toolmaker. I'm not sure if the sawmill guy uses it, actually. But anyways, yes. The scythe is used by the wheat farmer. Pickaxe is used by miners and by the guy who cuts the stone from the surface. The tongs are used by the blacksmith and I think the toolmaker. Meat cleaver by the butcher and the fishing rod by the fisherman. Geologist found stones. Well, you're a fucking hero of a geologist, aren't you? Ah, that was tasty. Now our guards tower's taking shape here. See, this may have been, yeah, I may have misjudged this slightly by not considering that this guy would be so aggressive. And if I had, it would mean that I probably would have taken a slightly different tack and been more defensive, and built up a bit more military on the borders. And if I had done that, I probably would have won it by now. But yeah, that's kind of set me back a bit and trying to recover from that. Okay, we can see this guy's getting his supply of stones and he's building his guard tower. Where's this guy going? Oh, he's going to occupy this guard's hut. Should be okay. Because that border will end up, yeah, somewhere there. Should be fine. And so once we get this full of gold, we'll start an assault on these guards' huts down here. We lost some land. You sick of the music yet? Good to hear, good to hear. Well, while that guard's tower is being built, I ain't going to get another beer. 2 minutes. Don't let the place burn down while I'm gone. Uh-oh, what's happened? Ooh, that's okay. It's always slightly worrying when you come back in, you see the message icon, you think, oh shit, something bad has happened. It's not too bad, we're okay, we're okay. Okay, so our guard's tower's finished, and as soon as the builder goes, oh look, here's a proper stonking guard coming down to sort it out. Yeah. So I got another train related beer. Oh, the steam box, by the way, is this this crowd. So I got this delivery of beer. It's excellent. But this one's called Piston Broke. Not bad. So far, it's good. Good. Okay, so now a knight has occupied this new building. Yeah. Okay, so we'll let that fill up and let them send some gold down. And we've got some pretty high-end soldiers in there now. Two of the top ones. These are all medium, level 4 soldiers coming down. Oh, yeah. So, I'm still not entirely comfortable about that. But, what are they doing? Oh, they've finally managed to connect that up. A bit slow about these things. Ah, dear. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oof. 3 coming in, 3 coming in. Is that it? Ooh. That'll be painful if this one went. What's been happening? Okay, so basically, I have to admit I've taken kind of the wrong tack with this guy. So he's like super aggressive and is just all out for like the plunder. So he basically yeah, I should have fortified my borders more, and if I had done that, you know, a few more guards houses, so I have you know, more stock of soldiers on the border, I probably wouldn't be in the situation I am in now. Oh, that's a good rookie. That's a good rookie. Oh shit. 2 rookies. This is not going to end well. Oh dear. Well, no, I'm going to lose this Blacksmiths, I think. But I don't know how it ended up with just 2 rookies in there. This is not good. But I've got a new soldier coming in here. As soon as the path gets freed up, he's going to get in there and get stuck in. Come on. Although if... This is stupid now, because this guy's waiting politely for the battle to end before he can go into the house. And he's a much better soldier. 2 much better soldiers. Oh, is he? No, I think he was mine. Oh, no, he's blue, look. Just sitting there staring. Like a prick. And now he goes... Now, where was that 5 minutes ago? How shit is that? It's okay. It's just blacksmiths, and okay, while that is uncomfortably close to the castle, I can yeah, I'll fairly easily take that back, I'd say. But unfortunately, of course, they're suddenly in there now and they've got their gold. Or should we send in 6? Go get them. Where they come from? Oh, there's some of my best guys. Yeah, that's it. Just so long as these guys don't attack now, because no matter who's in there, they can probably take this one poor bastard left there. What's this? Yeah, I know. Yeah. At the start, on the start screen, you can actually choose what level of messages you get, and you've got basically you've got levels 1, 2, and 3, and if you choose, like, you can adjust like the level of messages you get, and you can kind of turn off basically like geologist messages and some of the other messages, so you don't constantly get these messages. But it's not a daft question, but there is a multiplayer mode, and in true Amiga style, it is 2-player local. So you can plug in 2 mice and have split screen down the middle, like split screen Lemmings, and yeah, and you can play against each other. And so you can set it up. You know, you can, you know, if you've got one player better than the other, you can. Oh, what's happened here? Okay, he's stocking that up with very weak soldiers, though, or very low-ranking soldiers. But yeah, you can. Oh, what was I saying? Yes. So. Yeah, you can adjust the you know, the initial stock and the repopulation level, the spawning level. you can adjust them both for both players. You know, so if someone's much better than the other, you can you know, you can level it out a bit, and it actually works really well. Back in the day, myself and my friend played loads of games of this. You know, we'd have our save game floppy, and we'd bring it to one or the other house and play Settlers for hours. And you know, you'd have someone, you'd have the other one on his knees, and they'd manage to fight their way back because, you know, you've basically thrown everything at it, and it was almost enough. I believe there's also 2-player co-op. Now, I don't know how that works, but you can set it. I should have pointed out at the start screen as well. You can set it so that you know, you choose your sort of at the start screen, you choose whether it's a computer player or a human player, and so you can choose 2 human players, and that works for, you know, sort of 2-player or 2-player versus 2 on the computer. But you can also choose 1 human player that has 2 mice, and you can, there's a button beside it, you can click it. And I don't know how the 2-player co-op works because I've never actually tried it. I guess you have to have some good communication, because if you know, if you're playing with someone else and they just send all your knights off into battle and you know, or use up all your resources, it's not, they're not going to be happy. Oh, what? I can't believe this guy's taking out my best guys. This game's broken. I can't believe this little guy here has been fighting away there, and I'm down to my last, like, highest ranking guy. Come on. What? Lads, there's something fucking wrong here. This is not on. This is costing me seriously high ranking soldiers. Oh well. Go in again. Yes, at some point we'll do that. I'm not sure if Amiga Live actually supports this on multiplayer, because you can play some games on Amiga Live over the internet, and that would be very interesting. That is something to Google. Yeah. It's not the greatest tutorial. I'm like, you know, what the fuck happened there? There's been, I think in my recent playthrough, I got to level 20 something, like 22, 23, and I'm struggling there. But like, this should be. They probably got a half an hour head start on me, I suppose, because I was just chatting away. But like, there's no way I should be losing fights like this. There's no way. Because they started off with less stock, so I don't think they had a massive mining operation for gold going on. This is nuts. But yeah, random number Jesus doesn't like me today. Okay. Okay, apparently there are videos of people playing Settlers multiplayer. Hey, there we go, at long last. Look, the rookies were starting to come out. But yeah, you can play it online. So you know what? We'll have to organise an online game of this. It'll still be split screen because you're basically in an emulator that thinks it has 2 mice attached. But 1 mouse is on the other side of the country. But yeah, I think that's definitely worth a go. Oh yeah, no, it's all like, even with the multiplayer, I can't imagine how the 2-player co-op would work, even if it was, you know, I can't imagine how the game would work if they changed it to turn-based for the multiplayer. But yeah, I think it's all good. Oh, there's the stone. These guys are actually getting it together. Oh, shit. Okay, so we took that back. Now, what we should do is use that initiative. What have we got here? We got some good guys in here? We do. Decent guys. Let's go on the offensive. and take this. Because we should still have decent ranking guys around. I can't believe I lost 2 of my highest guys on that. That's unreal. And now look, I'm replacing these soldiers with these shitty things. These level 2s. And I haven't been paying attention to down here. What's going on down here? I haven't been attacked yet anyway. Now, again, this should be a piece of cake. These, you know, I can send in 5 soldiers from this guards tower. It should walk over stuff here. But I don't know if it will because things are not going that way. Well, let's give it a go. So we'll go for this one first because this will cut off their food supply. Well, now which one will we go for? That's okay. Either one should do, and they're all fully stocked. Okay, go with this one. So long as they don't counterattack, that could hurt. But here's my good guys, best guys. Come on, lads. Now, come on, reinforcements. Oh. I need my blacksmiths back. So I need more weapons. I need more soldiers to be training because... Oh, I have more weapons. Why aren't those guys turning into soldiers? Okay, so 18 there. Yeah, that's going in at 5s. Morale's decent though. And I'm going to drop that down again because I don't think the castle's going to be attacked just at the moment. Hey, that worked. 3 guys in there. Do I want to keep that guard's hut? I think I do. I'm gonna wire that up. It's a bit of a way out, but get some gold up there, and that's a bit of a buffer there. So we've loads more soldiers in the training, and we've loads of gold. We've got crap loads of gold. This guy's earning his money. Everyone should have loads of gold. Look at this, 3 rookies in there. That's dangerous if that ever got exposed. Have we not won this yet? Okay, we're on our last... They've got their last night and we still have a couple of good guys in reserve. Come on, there we go. Yes. Now we start cutting in. It does this auto scroll thing. You can turn it off, and I probably should have, but you know, if you get close to the edge of the map, it sort of jumps you. It's a bit I don't know, it's of an era. Now these soldiers are kind of homeless at the moment because this is full. But they're going to go back to where they were, and this is probably full as well, or almost full, so we get some there. So it'll take a little while for those soldiers to find their homes again, and when those soldiers don't, when they're away from home, it's not really they're not much good unless they you know, coincidentally bump into someone on the way. So yeah. So sometimes, you know, if you're going to launch another attack, it's sometimes good to give it a few minutes to let these soldiers get back home, because then they can be redeployed. See this bastard woodcutter stealing my trees. It's actually a point that while you can't build outside borders, you can use the resources outside borders. So you can take trees and rocks and so on from outside your borders. Even fishing, because the fisherman goes for a bit of a wander along the lakeside. Let me think. Were there any other buildings I missed out? Let's see. Oh yeah, so this is a stock building. This is the big warehouse thing I was talking about. So you can still train soldiers in there, but they're not defended. So you can't, like, the enemy can't attack it, but it'll just get burnt down if they take a nearby military building. But yeah, excuse me, they're very good for relieving congestion in the, you know, especially if you've got, like, what sometimes happens is if I had a load of mines and over here, and I'd start building up some refineries and stuff down here, and so all that stock would have to go back to the castle, and it was a good idea to build a warehouse near them, and that'll stop all that traffic going over the mountains, and make it a lot quicker to get weapons made and get soldiers trained over this side to you know, to attack in this direction. So you know, some warehouse use is quite good. Oh, he's built a garrison. Oh, won't be attacking that. This is actually very interesting, because now, in the meantime, he's left this with only 2 soldiers in it. So I'm got to go all in. And just hope that he doesn't counterattack against these huts here. But some of those soldiers are going to take quite a while to get there. Oh, and that's a rookie. But we'll see. So I've left a lot of my little buildings exposed there, because a lot of them are down to 1. But that's a good opportunity, because you normally can't attack something that deep in enemy territory, but because it's quite close to the border, I have a little bit of a border here. It's oh, and there's only 1 piece of gold in there, so whatever soldiers came from there won't be the best. But this will be good, because it might actually damage their mines as well, and it'll definitely destroy this warehouse. Now you get this interesting phenomenon here. So you've got a guard's hut here, but all my soldiers are probably going to have to wait for these roads to clear, because they've got a traffic jam here, and so they kind of, you know, all my guys are just going to sit around and wait. So this guy's got to find a better way. Like, where are you going? They're all going this scenic route. Go on. Yes. This should not be a problem for you. Yes. Let's see what happens. Ah, oh, didn't get the mines, but that's okay. Oh, look, see, I think they have a lot of flags at very low mast. There's another garrison there. Oh. They have a lot. I think they are out of weapons, because they look like they have flags, or they look like they're not keeping their guards huts very well stocked. So this is this is tenuous. We've no gold in there, so I want to attach a path to that so we can get some gold to it and get those soldiers up to maximum potential. Go. Flag. Oh no. One. Oh, what? Oh, you cheeky bastard. Straight past the guard's hut, or the guard tower, and onto the guard's hut. Oh dear. Okay, well. Fine. All fucking in. Come on. We'll see. Some of them bound to stick. Oh, do we have no gold in there? Oh, we have 1 gold, yeah. Now, if you look at the map here, actually we turn on the roads as well, and you can see their networks. This section here is kind of isolated and probably isn't a big threat by itself, but you can cause massive problems for enemies if you can cut through like this. So if you have like 1 or 2 guards huts here, and you can attack them from either or both sides and cut that in half, you can completely destroy their like production. You can cut their supply lines in half and cause major problems for them. Oh yeah. And another one. Oh yeah. So, oh, they're still fighting up there. See, now we could still lose this one, but maybe our guys will wander into their path and save it before. Oh Jesus. Ah, this poor bastard in here is constantly getting made homeless. Same with this guy. And it's a great mine as well, 100% output. Ah, dear. Okay, making inroads here. I hear lots of fights going on. Is there any gold in there? No, we're going to attach that here. Yeah. Gold and 1 guy. And what have you got in there? 3 guys. We're going to connect that up as well. We keep that. Because we keep this territory, we're actually getting quite close to their castle there. So it's a good idea to have a stock of soldiers nearby. And it's not a huge deal if these are lost, I suppose, because they don't really defend any buildings. Oh, come on, come on. No. No. Oh, bastard. Okay, this guy got saved somehow, but isn't attached to the road network, so we give him there. Yeah, could have done that earlier. Let's just mark that spot. We build a mine exactly there when we get it back. I'm not entirely sure. Oh yeah, no, I thought he was just going attacking that. Okay. We need to attach that again, actually, or we're not getting gold to any of these places. Okay. That was a petty move. But we'll take it back. Oh, these are all rookies. What's going on here? I think... yeah, I'm not doing great with the soldiers, to be fair. Just one single rookie looking after the castle. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll explain these controls as well, right? Your warehouses, your store buildings, and your castles and all that kind of stuff all have this set up here. So if you have that set, basically you can have one of three settings. And if you have that set here, this means goods can be deposited in the castle. So if it makes sense to store something in the castle, it'll be done. If you set it to here, it means that goods will not be stored in the castle, but won't be moved out unless they're requested. So, you know, so if you've got a stock of coal and the goldsmiths or the blacksmiths need coal, they can order it from the castle and it will still get moved out, but it won't get replenished because the stock isn't moving in. And this means stock will be moved out as much as possible. And so if you set it to that, stuff will start getting evacuated in the priority order that was set in the other menus that I showed you there earlier. And this is basically the same thing for people. So new people will go in there and, you know, soldiers will go back there for more training and stuff like that. This means no more soldiers will come in there, but they will leave there if they're required. And means all the people will leave. Now, because these settings are kind of crucial, you have to special click them to change them. So, you know, if you click it, nothing happens. That's why you try hold down the right button and then click it. And that'll change that setting. Now, what's happened here? Gained a victory. Excellent. Got that back. That was annoying. Right. Show me where the RN is. Did anything come with those soldiers I sent in here? Oh, yeah. No. Oh, they're still fighting. Okay. Oh, and they've got some decent soldiers in them as well. And I don't, really. So they got very low occupancy, but... Come on. Yes! This is excellent. So that's a stone mine and big warehouse gone. And I'm going to fill that with golden soldiers. This path isn't great, but that'll do. So now I'm beginning to get a bit drawn out myself. See, I've encroached quite a bit here. This is interesting. They don't have many soldiers, and these garrisons are quite empty. Where's the punt? What kind of soldiers have I got there? There's no gold in there. Why haven't I got gold? Get the gold moving. Do I have gold? I have loads of gold. Get the gold moving. Gold coming in, but where's the gold coming out? Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bump the priority of the gold up in the transport. So here we are, gold is basically down the bottom, but I want it to be in the guards' huts, so I'm going to click on that, and you can move it up one space with that, or this button, these arrows here, move it to the very top or very bottom. So I'm going to suddenly say gold is the highest priority, get the gold moving. And now we should see all the plebs moving the gold around. That's a while ago I clicked for the geologists. There seems to be a massive traffic jam with the people. It's not goods because the goods build up the flags. This is people. All the replacement soldiers, that's what that is. Okay. So I have a guard's tower not too far away from that castle. The castle is within striking range. 18 soldiers is not enough to attack a castle. Usually the computer players go for around 20 or 30 soldiers as a defensive thing. And like the way I've got one little guy defending mine, they'll probably have about 20, and it's not. You're just gonna burn up soldiers doing this kind of thing. So, like, I have a maximum of 20 I can send in. That's not gonna do it. And all these are a bit stretched. They're empty. Some of these are quite low ranking guys. That's a good one. No, where's the iron? See, now you can see the gold is starting to move now. This guy's shoving all the gold out. So yeah, so a bit of a backlog here, fewer weapons going in because of that, but that's alright. But yeah, now the gold is moving. And once we get the gold into these guys, we will launch an attack. Because these garrisons, these are like sitting ducks, they basically, because they've only got a couple of soldiers in them. And they're big buildings. So, yeah, no, I wasn't staring down the barrel, but it's yeah, making harder work of it than it probably should have been. I think, and this is what's happening. They've been launching a lot of attacks, throwing loads of soldiers at it, and to be fair, yeah, they've won a lot of the battles, but I've taken them back fairly easily, and they have burned through a lot of soldiers as well. So I just don't think they have the soldiers to occupy these buildings. Because when you have 3 buildings like that near your castle, you don't leave them empty. Like, they're practically empty. Iron, there we go. Now, oh, it's only a small one. Keep going. Keep tapping with your little hammers. And here we go. If you're in the game long enough, the mines eventually run dry. This mine hauls no more materials. So basically the miner's going to keep going down there, and he's going to keep going up and down, and he's going to keep on consuming food until you burn the mine down. So I'm going to destroy that mine, and now at least we get our miner back, and he doesn't cost us any food anymore. Yeah, the geologist has been around here, and you see there's a lot of blank signs around here, so excuse me, I think much of this area has been mined out basically. I want more over here. So give me a flag there, and a path there, and click, click, and click. We'll geologize the shit out of it. Okay, so yeah, so you can see here that we're only just about meeting our budget of food because we've no surplus, and the same with weapons, and the same with steel. So steel seems to be our weak point, and probably because our iron ore mine keeps getting burnt down. Probably explain it. But yeah, so if we go and look at our supply chain here, we will see that yeah, I definitely think that's buggy, because there's no way we're oversupplying iron ore. We're probably supplying enough from stock, but yeah, I think they're swapped. But anyways, our soldiers are happy with the amount of gold they're getting. Who's that guy? I can't remember. What does he take? He takes coal and iron. He's refining. He's the blacksmith. So he needs more steel. We don't have enough steel. But this guy's working his best. Okay, we've got 2 blacksmiths. That's probably why. So they're running short of steel. So we only have enough steel for 1 full blacksmith. That's why he's not doing anything. So, do we have a lot of iron ore? We probably don't even need that iron mine. No, we've actually got loads of iron ore. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to build this guy a little one of these, so he can refine his own iron ore, or have his own supply of iron or steel from there. Slightly dodgy, but I don't think they're going to be occupying any more guards huts in a hurry. Do we have gold now? Oh, we do. Yes, gold. Not a great selection of soldiers. Do we have spare? We've got some high ranking soldiers. This is going to be a slightly risky move. So I'm going to substitute out some rookies for some better soldiers to get some better soldiers out into these outlying huts. And when that happens, I will have more powerful force to fire at these guys. That should kind of, I say, I says, yeah, that should be fine. But I thought I would have this game wrapped up an hour ago. So we'll wait till the replacements get back from the castle, and then so you can see we've got our higher up guys coming in, and our rookies going back to the castle. What are we looking like? Okay, so all our best soldiers are booked out now. 500 unemployed people. So our pig farm is doing fine. Our butcher is sitting there kind of waiting on pigs to arrive. Nothing huge happening there. But the miners are happy. We don't have an iron ore mine at the moment, but the miners are happy enough with the food supply, so I think we don't need to really worry about that. I know the miller's sitting there twiddling his thumbs, but it's okay. We've got enough food to do what we need to do. Now, come on. What's happening down this end, actually? Well, it's not fully stocked either. Where? Oh, yeah. Loads of... Oh, there's a traffic jam here. Ah, that's why. Oh, all the traffic jams. When you get traffic jams, sometimes building like a double path between 2 locations is enough to sort it out. as in like, you know, building another path between the same two flags, and it just, you know, it's enough to sort it out. I love this, the guy carrying a steel girder on his shoulder. But yeah, you see, you know, the way that you get your steel straight from there out and into the blacksmiths. That's the best way to do it, and it saves so much time doing it that way. So yeah, if I built a farm up here, it would be less efficient because the wheat can't go straight to the mill, and it just wouldn't have worked as well. But this farm seems to be doing quite well. Probably shouldn't go for another beer. Yeah, that's a farm full of piggies. Okay, not great soldiers going that way, but good soldiers went this way. I saw them. Okay, good soldiers. Better than it was. Oh, excellent soldiers. Good soldiers. Okay. Don't think that's... Oh no, he can't do anything. That's, you know, completely inert because there's only one soldier in there and he can't leave. Okay, one for the road. And then we'll launch the final assault while I drink myself into a horrible morning tomorrow. The peer pressure. That's what I'd like to see. It come back and there's no notifications. Ooh, that's really sweet. A mosaic white gold IPA. That's Soul Train. Yeah. Leave that there. Okay, so what was I doing? Yes, I was waiting for all these, and I'm looking at this. Okay, so I've got a lot of decent soldiers around. This guy's been building for an hour. That's never going to happen. Because yeah, basically these guys have overstretched, and you get a little bit of joy in your heart, especially if you're on a tough, like, you know, one of the later levels, and you're almost at the end of your resources, and then you see like a lot of guys standing around, and you think, oh, thank God. So. Excuse me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch an attack on... I feel like attacking a garrison because even though they're big buildings, I think there's only one soldier in them. Flags are low. And they're holding the border so I can attack them. Oh, this one. They're building 2 warehouses. See, this is... their AI kind of sucks sometimes. Okay, right, let's go for this one. We don't need 12 to go in there. Let's go. I think there's only going to be maximum 3 in there. Got some good soldiers. Are my great soldiers from here going? Was it this one? No. Which one had the great soldiers? That one. No, they're not going. Okay, we'll send them after this one just to get that land back. 2. Good lads. Oh, that's good stuff. Oh dear. Okay, come on. There's only one guy in there. Come on, you can do it. Best soldier I have. Come on. No. Yes! There we go. I think, yes, like this is a massive deal. This should have been easy. Oh, this is good. Yeah, we burnt something down. Let's connect that up and... Oh, it's already got gold in it. This is better. Better news. Has that got gold in it because it used to be mine? Possibly. Anyway, how's our garrison doing? Oh, we're getting terrible reinforcements here. Oh, I won that one! I've got this garrison just beside the castle. This is deadly. So, this is going to look weird on the map. We can zoom in. Yeah, there's our... Wasn't quite the hammer blow I thought it would be because I'm not having a massive influence on the border when I've got such big military buildings around. But I'd say squeaky bum time for those soldiers in there. Alright, we need to get some gold into them. I'm not giving up that building. Although, no, they will be good to have right next to the castle. Ooh. Right, let's hit this guy. Some of these soldiers are going to be shite because they're reinforcements. Although the worst soldier will always be left there. So, you know, there was a good soldier in there who stayed behind. So, I think one of the things I really like about this is that there's so much of a process and logic to it. Like, you know, there's a lot of random number stuff when you get into a fight and stuff like that, but there's, you know, everything is a process, everything is a priority, everything follows a procedure, and it's very German. And yeah, it is a German game, but it's just loads and loads of layers that you can drill down to and you can understand, and I think that really makes it it makes it an excellent game. These shitty soldiers coming to fill this one back up. See, you have to be careful. Oh, we've won that one as well. Oh yeah, we're leaps and bounds here. Oh, we got them on the ropes. In we go. Let's build a path up to this flaming flagpole. Okay. I'll wait till the fire dies down and then I'll connect this one up. Oh, we got a free fish as well. There are actually, yeah, exploits, I suppose. Bugs, exploits that you can do. As in, if you're very close to a border and there's a flag actually on the border, you can connect to that flag. So, so you end up with a path going to both sides of a flag from two different, you know. So let's say there was a border there. I could connect a road to that, and then any of their materials I could steal. But conversely, they can steal mine. So it wouldn't be good in a situation like this. You wouldn't want to do that because they're obviously lacking in materials. Whereas in some of the very, very later levels, they'll have all the materials and you'll be stuck for it. And all you'll need is an extra couple of, you know, units so you can build another guard's hut or something like that. But that's what you need to do, you know. I want this guy to find a home so I can send him out again. All this. Yeah. Oh, we've got one guy in there. Why have we only got one guy? We did have 6. Oh, here they are now. All the shitty soldiers. Why is that? Oh, because the other guys wanted to go home after their battle. Okay, right. Well, they'll be cannon fodder. Yeah, so you can see the little tool maker in there. So I haven't actually built the tool makers, but you know, they were worse off with the resources at the start, so it makes sense. It's one of the first things they'll do is build a tool maker because they probably didn't have enough tools to outfit more than one of each. I think like the way the game is designed, you can always build at least one of each thing. But if you want 2 blacksmiths, you might need to make a tool maker so you can make hammers, for example, because you only ever have one hammer. So, you know, there's a certain amount of forgiveness that the game gives you. And if you massively overstretch yourself very early on, you get, what's it they call it? It's like, it's called the emergency program. And what it does is it gives you an extra few units of wood, and it lets you build a forester's hut and a woodcutter's hut and a stonecutter's hut or something, you know, something like. Basically, it lets you do the bare minimum that you need to get over whatever sort of sudden crisis you have. But if you squander them, then you're screwed, like, you know. Okay, we're getting lots of crappy soldiers out to here. Okay, so I'm not sure whether it's a good idea to launch an assault directly on the castle with these rubbish guys, while my best knights are coming back here for a cup of tea. Now, so I think we'll do a bit of a cycle of a changing of the guards now in a minute. This is what he's doing. Traffic jam while this guy picks up the fish. Excellent. Yeah, Vector, it's nuts, isn't it? Like, it's unbelievable, like how much is going on there, and mind-boggling. I don't know if you were at the Amiga Ireland a couple of years ago. I think you were, when we did an interview with the developer of the original Settlers, Volker Vertig, and you know, he was talking about it, and he was saying that, you know, if you have enough memory, there you can have 65,000 settlers. And you're like, how? What? Oh, there's like a mind-numbing amount of stuff going on. But like, you know, they're all like, you know, they all take their turns. They all take their turns on the path. They all. It's amazing what they do. Look at all these starving miners. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I should have had this wrapped up like an hour and a half ago. This was slight error in judgment at the start. But what I should do actually is take another couple of these guys. We'll launch another couple of attacks with. We've got some reasonable guys around, have we? Nice to see the gold getting shoveled around. And we've got 70 units of gold now in the castle as well. So, like I said earlier, having more gold in your castle and in the storerooms generally lifts up your. I heard a beep and I don't even know what that was. I don't even know what computer it's on. Okay, this one. Oh yeah, okay. But yeah, having more gold just in your possession is a good thing, and it helps bump up the military in general. But yeah, specifically for the guys you send out to attack, it's the gold that's in their guards' huts and in their homes that matters, and it's quite important to get that sussed. I feel like I need to use this guy. That guard hut has 2 very good guys in it. And that one, so maybe just like for shits and giggles, let's. Do we have any very weak spots near there? Well, they've got a fine stone cutting operation going on there. Let's take that out. Ah, sure, fuck it. Go. And I know there were I know you're saying that like for back in the day there were lots of other simulation games, but it's how this manages to keep pace all the time. Like, you know I've got an 060 in this, and it did slow down, to be fair, on the stock 1200. This game did slow down a bit when you got fairly heavy action going on, but it is moving very well considering how much is going on in the background. Like, a lot of other stuff is turn-based, like civilization, colonization, and especially on the lower machines, they tended to bog down when you got into big complicated situations. Oh, have we won something? Yes, we have. Well, that was easy. That was that was too easy. Oh, look, they've just got these Viking guys in there. That's all. Oh, we've got them on the ropes. Unless they've got 40 massive guys in their castle, then we may still be screwed. Oh. Jesus, don't do this. Ah, here we go. Starting to get worried there. Yes. Hey, there's boat guy. I'm like suddenly homeless with a boat. But I will take my boat with me. Where we connect this to here. You know what? Do I even need them? Because they might be just taking up soldiers that... Oh, sorry. Cancel the path. Yeah, when you've got a gold star down here, it means something else is going on and you can't actually do anything else. So, if you're kind of like, why won't it click? Just, have a look and see what else is going on. So I was in the middle of building a path even though it was off screen. And I can't click on other things because of that. But I've got some good soldiers in there and there's no gold. Oh, zoom out a bit. Okay, it probably might be worth it to isolate this bit here. Yeah, sure. Like we'll hold them or we'll keep them anyway. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, let's go that way. It's an awkward path. But it's fine. We'll get some gold in there. Oh, we've got some nice good knights going in there. Yeah. This is full of shit knights. Let's see. And now it gets to be a problem because if you do the if you click the look at my morale there. Yes. Oh, my guys are red-eyed, bloodlusty monsters. But if you click this guy here now, and you've got some really good soldiers, the thing is that they will be replaced by something from the castle, regardless of how good they are. So if you've got somewhere like, okay, that's the bad example, but let's say you had 3 good knights in there, you could end up with a good knight replaced by a pretty poor knight there. So you have to be aware of exactly what you really want from using that system, and use it carefully. It's just what the hell. Okay, well, let's take this. We've got a few good knights nearby, and we don't need 12. 5 is probably enough, because we'll get our best knight from here. Go, yeah, you go. I'm gonna take that garrison. Gained a victory here. Yes, I did. Probably don't need both of them. You know what? I'm gonna burn this one down and get those soldiers back. So you can see the border came back a bit, and you have to be careful doing that. If you don't have another guard's hut close enough, you can burn down your own buildings by demolishing a guard's hut. So you have to be very careful. I've done that, and it's basically ruined a game for me. Okay, they've more than one in there, but it's not a good one. Not a good soldier. Although I've sent a load of shit soldiers up as well. Come on, I gave you loads of gold. There you go, yeah. Now, here we go. But I've got this cool bastard here just waiting to get stuck in. Come on. No. You go next. No, let's send in the rookie. Andrew, I'm not sure if you're still there, but are there any aspects that I may have missed, or is there anything that's confusing you? Because I'm happy to explain away while... Oh, no, hold that thought. Yeah, okay, so I got that garrison as well. I don't think that does much for me because it's just there. It's not worth keeping. There's no gold in there or anything like that. I'm going to demolish that. Oh. We do have a decent supply of gold going on. Let's send... Oh, look. Lots of gold just sitting at a crossroads. Sitting on the road. Let's go up this way. And we'll connect up this guy and we'll get some gold, hopefully, into this garrison. And then we should have a crap ton of soldiers to throw at this castle in a few minutes. Like, they built this ages ago. And they still have no one to go into it. Yeah, you know what? I think I played like Civ 2 and 3 for a while, and I didn't really get into it. I played Civ 1 on the Amiga for a while, and I really liked it. But yeah, no, Civ 2 was good actually. Sorry, but I think probably the same with Settlers actually. When these things get to number 3, I kind of lose interest. But yeah, there's a different approach to it because it's almost, Settlers is almost real-time strategy, but not quite. You know, because there's not an yes, exactly. It's no this newfangled shit. But it's almost like yeah, you can't directly influence a battle, but you can indirectly influence a battle, and it's just one step away from being Command and Conquer kind of, or you know, sort of Age of Empires kind of thing. It's yeah, and it's like I say, because it's just that little bit removed. Most of it is kind of just procedural and logical, and very little of it is, well, ultimately the fights are down to random numbers, but yeah, a lot of it isn't. And all the preparation stuff is, is all down to planning. And so now we're getting some gold into this garrison. So we've got 12 guys in there. We're going to get a shitload of gold in there. We're going to get, like, did I get more? Yeah. So 5 gold in there. We can get more gold in there. And then we're just going to throw all these guys. Ugh. I want better guys in there. I can't believe they filled it up with shite. What have I got? Who have I got? Not a lot. Not a lot. But our steel boiler here is doing well. And he's probably feeding straight into there, hopefully. So 2 blacksmiths basically doing as much as they can. And we still don't have enough steel to make, to have a surplus. Okay. I'm just trying to think if there are any other... Oh, it's kind of a... If you're that kind of person kind of feature. So you'll know yourself if you need this feature. But see these little clocks down the side. So they call you back to the location. So if you're like, okay, let's say I want to... I'm not sure what the story is with this guy, but I want him to be more stocked. I will say I want to be called back in 5 minutes, or 10 minutes, or 20 minutes, or half an hour, or an hour. So if I click that, what'll happen is in 5 minutes I'll get a notification saying you called me to this location. So it is kind of handy if you're just like you want to keep an eye on things, but it gives you a little insight into the developer's mind that there's one for an hour. Call me back in an hour. It's yeah, I'm expecting this to go on for a while. So we're almost going to have 16 gold in there. And that's going to be quite the gold to soldier ratio. So once we get that, I think, well, even though they're a bit shitty, I think, well, you know what we'll do? We'll send a few of them over here. Not 12 of them, maybe, sure, 5 of them. We'll burn that down, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah, it like, you know what, it's kind of like one of those things of like, I never thought, oh, where's this guy going? They have a serious guy. Where's he going? They're holding back some good soldiers by the looks of things, because that's the first I've seen of one of them, or one of those guys being so highly ranked. But yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, I never was worried about that. But then you kind of like, I've called myself back to a woodcutter's house after half an hour and see that there's no trees available, so I burn it down. And because in the later levels you might not want to make extra axes, you get that woodcutter back, and then you build a new house for him, and then you can reuse it, and you don't have to worry about, like, you know, if there's a massive shortage of steel, you want every sword and every shield that you can get. You can save having to make extra stuff. Oh, yeah, this should be easy enough. So you'll notice that, like, yeah, the flags move up and down the poles based on the occupancy. They probably have about 3 guys in here. Oh. We'll see. But you're kind of an exercise in burning off. Although, you know what? I should have swapped over to use the weaker guys because I've sent my best guys in there. Oh, dear. Oh, Amiga Cami, thank you. How are you? I'm actually not sure if you're watching or if you just, like, gave me a click from somewhere. But welcome along. Good morning, actually, if you are watching from Australia. Yes, this hasn't gone so well. But let's see, maybe we're going to get some more guys in here. Oh yeah, look, we've got some nice feather-topped guys coming in. And some more plebs. And some more gold. We don't have any more decent soldiers left. So this is kind of it. Who have we got in there? We've got a few decent ones in there. Some good ones in there. Ah, you are here. Welcome along. Hope you're having a good morning and aren't late for work or anything like that. I know I'm having a couple of beers here on a school night. I may be struggling tomorrow. But this is interesting, Cammy. I assume you've played a lot of Settlers. Oh, right, good to hear. Good to hear. Okay, we're getting better and better here. But I thought this was going to be quite an easy, basically a walkover. But it's basically taken an hour and a half longer than I thought it would to complete this level. It's only level 4, I think 4 or 5 anyway. But I was doing this level as a tutorial, you know. But I think I kind of took too long explaining things at the start, and let them get a half an hour's head start on me. So yeah, absolutely. So I did gain a victory there. So yeah, there you go. Now, you wanted me to call you to this location. So that's what that thing does. I didn't really want to, but we can use this icon here to go back to where we were. And now we've got a couple of garrisons within spitting distance of that castle. I don't think I want to keep this one, really. Well, I've got one shitty guy in there. No, you know what? I'm going to burn that down. But it's just good to not have those soldiers there. Yeah, we burn that down. But what that's done is that's relieved the border because... Yeah, possibly. I'll let you tell my boss in the morning. Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't get to work this morning. I spent 24 hours playing a 30-year-old computer game and getting drunk. Oh dear. Okay, so who have we got in here? We've got some decent guys. Yeah. No. Okay, this is an immensely dense little town. Okay, I'm trying to decide whether I should go for the castle or whether I should start hitting their production. Oh, look at that. We have now... excuse me. Sorry, that's the beer. But look, now we have full... we've cut them in half, basically. We've gone across the map. So if you look at this... Oh, look at that. That is a sprawled out settlement, that. But that will have massively disrupted their supply chain. So, show of hands. Oh, look at those guys. Those guys are raring to go, even though they're a bit shit. They should, they're cannon fodder, but they're motivated cannon fodder. Should I wreak a bit of havoc in the village, or should I go for the castle? Those guys are shit. You know what? I'm gonna cycle my guards first. Let's see if I have do I have anyone else? Do I have anyone better? No, I don't. Okay, let's not do that. Okay, let's. Right. Actually, you know what? We'll fire another 3 at that. And this castle. Will I go all in on the castle? Because I have a lot of shit soldiers around. But it's times like this where it is very good to have it set to this. So your strongest soldiers go first and you leave the plebs behind in the guard huts, because you don't really have to defend when they're on the ropes like this. So even this guy here shouldn't be a problem at all. Whoop. Go on. Yes. One more. And they're, oh, they've got one of these big bastards. Come on, surely he's demoralized seeing what's happened to his kingdom. Go on. Yes! Burn. Okay. And just for spite. Yeah, we definitely do. Oh, well, okay. You know what, we'll keep that. Yeah. We'll fill it with gold and get another couple of fancy soldiers. Yeah, those soldiers will want to go home. I have a shortage myself, so hopefully they will just go home to here. And here. Okay, let's storm the castle. Let's go for it. So it defaults to 20. Send in 30. See what happens. Hey, you know what? I should have saved the beer for this. Because... oh, cannon fodder, in you go first. This might not work, but we'll see what happens. In the meantime, yeah, that can take a while as well. But in the meantime, I've got some probably quite highly ranked guys down this direction. So I'm just going to start, like, yeah, pillaging. Let's go. What have we got here? Ooh. Okay, yeah, sure, fuck it. In yous go. How are you not full? Ooh. I think some of these guys may have actually gone the other direction to go to the castle. Oh, they have. Yes, okay, I see what's happened. I love this poor guy. Who's in there? Not great. Not great. But they're holding the line anyway. Not great. Meh. Okay. I'm storming them from every direction. Okay, this should be a walkover. Oh. Okay, victory here. It's basically no man's land at this stage. Let's see, where's that? Ah, yeah. We need those soldiers. Yeah, get back in rank. Gain victory here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we need you back. Oh, well, let's see where this is. What's this doing? Well, I've burnt down a lot of their production stuff. That's just taking out some mines. But if you look at the map, maybe I should cut across. Maybe I should do a pincer action thing on this. Oh, they've got 2 guard huts there. This is a good tactic, having guard huts like that, because even if I get that, your supply lines will still be intact. And even if I take this one, oh, well, yeah, your supply lines will still be intact. Smart move. Okay, crunch time. These guys are very good. Well, 2 of them are very good. But I've no gold in there. And this is shit. But isn't really going to do a significant amount of damage. And that is way too stretched for my liking. Although, you know what, let's join it up and get some gold in there, and then we will use it to attack the other one. Okay, let's go. Okay, move the gold, move the gold. I think my gold is still on highest priority. Now look at these guys going home. There's no point in sitting in the castle. This is, you know, what are you doing? I've got these guys here. Oh, I have no soldiers in reserve. Oh, I've sent them all to the castle, that's why. But these 3 guys sitting in there. Alright. I need to get them out of there. Somehow. Oh, there's the queue. Right, they're sending out some shitty guys. That's precarious. Don't need this, but we've got 500 unemployed guys. We might as well get someone standing in the woods. More Viking guys. They're level 2 knights. And yeah, come on. Okay. That guy's burning through those guys. My guy. So it should be okay. Go. Come on. Oh, rookies. Oh. I'd be very disappointed if I win this because that's the last soldier. Oh, they've got a lot of low ranking soldiers in there. Where did that super high ranking guy go? He's probably sitting in here or something. We're just milling through these guys. Keep them coming. And go on, and come on. Okay. In the meantime, oh dear, he did well. That was about 6 to 1 that ratio. I think I know you were asking earlier, Andrew, about you know, can you not just storm them? I think, you know, you're talking like you need to outnumber them about 3 or 4 to 1 to mount that kind of assault. Like now I'm outranking all these soldiers, so it's a different story. They've just they poured their heart into an early assault, and that didn't work. it slowed things down for certain, but it didn't really finish it off for me. Now, a curious situation can happen where you actually destroy the castle and it burns for ages and you destroy a lot of buildings around it, but they still keep going because that's not, yeah, I've forgotten which way it scrolls, because it scrolls in the 90s direction, because they have a few of these warehouses around. They've got a lot of reserve of soldiers. Even if they're shit soldiers, they've got a big reserve militarily and numerically, so you kind of have to basically just flatten all their military buildings for a while, and then it works out. These guys are just queuing up for the castle. Oh dear. Let's just wait for this randomer to come out. Okay, come on. Next guy. Come on. Yeah, super guy. Yeah, no. Damn it. Oh, they're defending well, to their credit. Send in my super guy here. I got this guy wandering around the fields doing nothing. Come on. But yeah, they queue up in a nice polite queue, a nice polite line, and they decide to get in like that. Come on. Someone has to defeat this guy. Yeah, there we go. And another one. Okay, let's look at where else we can just like throw guys at their things and annoy them. Who's in here? Well, they're not great, but sure. Oh, this is the bottleneck I was looking at. Right, let's go. Do we have gold in there now? No, we still don't have gold. Ah, sure, fuck it, let's go. We're going to send 2 in. Oh, we want to send these guys in. 2. 2 to here. Ah, you know what, fuck it. These are very good soldiers without gold. I don't know if these guys have gold or not. We'll see. Or we'll see how well they fight. But this will do serious damage to their supply chains, because look, you know, basically all these building materials is what, you know, they're trying to build new buildings and repair what they've lost. They're all sitting right here. So with a bit of luck, we'll basically cut their kingdom in half this way. Oh, you're terrible. Oh dear. So much better soldiers coming in to replace them. Right, I'll okay, you guys go in there and get stuck in. Ho-ho! Okay, maybe it won't take that long. Now, what have you got in there? No gold. And I have a feeling... Okay, we'll see how this goes. But I don't think we need to keep this, or either of them. Some better soldiers coming up here now. But you know, we'll connect it just for the hell of it, because maybe we'll order some more gold to there. And in the meantime, our castle assault is still going on. Let's see what's happening there. Oh, 2 shitty guys fighting. Oh, now our best guy. Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for. This guy should cut through a first wave. Oh, look, there we go. That's all it took. Although, hasn't done a massive amount of damage, to be fair. Normally it will kick off a lot more. Okay, so now we've cut them in half that way and we've taken the castle, but we haven't won the level yet. So I have a horrible feeling they have a lot of reserves in one of those warehouses. Right, time to burn down some warehouses. And in the meantime, build across here. And what that will do is we gain a victory here. Oh, it's still burning, so I might still have won it. But they're shafted now, so if you don't win it at this point, it's basically a case of just, you know, working through the rest of the stuff, because they don't really have any defense as such. Now let all these soldiers go home. And the map should look very different now. Yeah, no, I haven't won it with that. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, but we've got a lot of excess stuff here that we can probably ditch. Okay, let's loads of rookies, but let's like fire a load of them at that. And that. And that. And so we get that stores out of the way. We can't attack that. Let's go for this one. 6. There's loads of unemployed red people wandering around the landscape. Okay, there's a big guard's hut. And one of my soldiers wandering randomly through their land. Okay, let's try for that one. Go for that. Let's fire a few at this. Okay, the end is nigh for these guys. Go home, guys. Go home. So, this should only take another few minutes, I'd say. Ah. Oh. Getting to victory here. And here. Definitely don't need that guard's hut. Nope, and there. Oh, yes. Now we're on the rampage. Two guys, but this guy here, we don't need that one. Just demolish that. Get the soldiers back. How has it not called it yet? How has it not called it? Come on. Come on. Where else can I attack? I couldn't attack this earlier. Now I can attack it, can I? Yeah, go. Yeah, go. And... gained a victory here. Yes, I did. There's a traffic jam. We've got so many soldiers returning from battle. Oh, lads. Come on. Let's set all of those 9 long distance guys to there. 3, yeah. See, the thing is, you've got all these guys wandering the landscape. They're, like I said earlier, they're not, you can't use them because they're basically trying to find their way home, which is very annoying because, you know, they'd be good for a fight. And this, Well, I didn't see what happened there, but I presume I burnt down a load of mines. I'm still fighting. Some very good knights out there. Definitely don't need that. Although it's got gold in it, but I don't need the gold either, so yeah. Victory here. More mines gone. Oh yeah. Like seriously, what's left of them? Like, come on, surrender. Jesus. Oh, you can't seriously be holding on now, lads. Yes. Oh, and another one. Oh, surely that's it. That's the last of their production. They're basically just nothing. Ay, ay, ay. What? Call it. Call it. Call it. Yeah. Yeah. Just fucking camping at the bottom. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah. God damn it. What? How are they still? What's over here? A shitload of stones. Oh, oh, there we go. Boom. Yes, that was it. So I just needed to absolutely pummel them. But yes, there you go. It took quite a bit longer than I thought it would, but I slightly misjudged things. But yeah, there you go. 4 hours. That's that's not bad. Cool. Well, I am. Yeah. There you go. Any questions or what's the story? This was I only ever planned this as a one-off. So thanks very much, guys. I'm not entirely sure if or when I will stream again. We'll see what happens. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't have any plans for another stream, but sure, I'll let you know. There you go. And then, oh yeah, so this is what it does. Basically, if you get your sunset there, it means you've won the level. And it's kind of, there's always this kind of, the music fades away, and then it sends us it spends a few seconds loading the actual image from disk. And you're thinking, oh shit, has it crashed or has it, have I won the level? And but yeah, it loads the image in, and that's it. It should be on Twitch for a while anyway, but I'll put it on YouTube, and yeah, I'll stick it up there for posterity. But yeah, it'll be on Twitch anyway for, I don't know, they have a time limit on it, but it'll be on Twitch for a while. So I think it's like 2 weeks or something like that. So you'll get it there anyway, and yeah, I'll sort it out on YouTube because yeah, sure, grand. Who doesn't want to watch an Irish guy getting drunk midweek? Okay. Any questions on it? Oh, this guy got thrown to the sharks. Excellent news. I think, game over screens were a bit simpler back in the day. No worries. No worries at all. Do we want to quit this game? Yes. I haven't saved it in about 3 hours, or ever. So, but yeah, grand. Okay, so what it does is it moves you on to the next level, and you can see there's two guys. That guy's gone. Oh yeah, see, this is what I was talking about earlier. If you click this mouse here, you get 2-player co-op with 2 mice and split screen. And I don't... Yeah, you both control this a mouse pointer on the same team. So, you know, you can do that. It's... yeah, I've never tried it, but could be interesting. But yeah, there you go. So I think, yeah, that guy... I know your one's very tame. She just kind of like does her own thing. But yeah, if you look in the manual, each of them has a different personality that they kind of go for. But yeah. Yeah, things start to get tight when you got like 4 people on the map, and the map tends to be kind of small. But yeah, there you go. But you can change the type of game. So this tutorial is like, you know, it gives you some basic things like gather 50 wood and stuff like that. Now this lets you, these numbers are basically the random number generator, and that lets you choose a kind of a random layout of the land, and you know, so if you find a level you like, you can take in the numbers and put them back in. Map size you can change to well, basically whatever you want. It's limited by RAM, and you can make an enormous map. And yeah, so there's 2 players head to head on the one machine. You can turn these guys on and off by pressing that. So you can have, like, you know, whatever kind of guys you want, and you can turn down their stats, you know, if you just want them to be in the way, or if, you know, if you want to, like, them to actually cause any hassle, you put them up like that. And then the demo is just like CPUs versus CPUs, and you can set them up how you want. And see, you know, that's probably a good tutorial in itself to see how they react when you put the intelligence up to the top. But yeah, there you go. Thanks very much, guys. I'm going to go to bed. And yeah, cheers for watching. Actually, you know what? Let's see who's on. I'm going to do a little raid of, like, whatever. We got 3 people. Sure, we'll do a little raid because I've never done one of them before. Let's go. Thanks very much, guys. And we're going to raid that girl, Joey. And I'm going to sit and watch her for a little minute. She does retro stuff, C64 and Amiga stuff depending on the day. But there we go. Good night.